2026 business meeting of the Douglas County School District Board of Education is now called to order. We will begin with roll call. Director Callahan, here. Director Dinsler.
Here.
Director Geiger.
Here.
President Meek.
Here.
Director Parker.
Here.
Director Ryan.
Here.
Director Thompson.
Here.
A quorum is present. As you're able, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now move to our DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Good evening, everyone. What a great turnout. Thanks so much for being here. So we have a couple of spotlights this evening. So first, over the summer, a ton of work went into getting bond projects completed at 64 schools and 2 stadiums during that time frame. It was a crazy amount of work to do in a very short amount of time. So we wanted to take a few minutes tonight to recognize some of the departments and bond teams that made all of this possible. So I'm going to ask COO Jackie Millay to join me up here for this recommendation. And if you are here from one of the following departments, please join us up front to be recognized. Construction, yeah, she's gonna make you. Budget, come on, we see you. Construction, budget, finance, IT, operations and maintenance, safety and security, and strategic sourcing. Did I miss one? And I'd love to have the Wember team come up as well, please. And if we have any other representatives from our contractors or architects, please come up and join us. Each of you has played a critical role in helping get so much bond work done this summer. We really appreciate all you have done. For the public, this is the largest bond that Douglas County School District has ever undertaken, and it is the first bond that does really major projects like, I don't know, building a couple new schools, major remodels. So this has just been a tremendous undertaking, and I feel like I should face you guys. And we're really, really grateful for all of the work you guys did. I know it was frantic. I know the beginning of the school year was incredibly frantic. So thank you for all that you've done. Jackie, do you have anything you would like to add?
If I could just share, I think intense gratitude from the cabinet, from our Board of Education. The hours that were put in, particularly over the last few weeks, have been tremendous. And I've heard tremendous feedback. So if you're a principal in one of the schools that's here tonight, could you just give them a special shout out for the work they've done, because it has truly been remarkable.
That's awesome. Okay, thank you so much again. And I believe, do we have certificates for them? Nope, we're going to take a photo. There's too many, but we're going to take a photo. I'm going to do the squat in the front here. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate all you guys do. Thank you. Okay, next, we want to celebrate some of the school leaders and staff who are instrumental in getting our newly consolidated schools ready to open this school year. I'd love to have Chief of Staff Steve Colella come up to join me to recognize these amazing individuals. Before we bring them up, I want to thank the many departments that supported the school consolidation process. It took a village made up of communications, construction, human resources, IT, operations and maintenance, budget, finance, strategic sourcing, safety and security, student support services, and school leadership, and many other employees who jumped in to help not only with the process, but also with the move and the packing and the unpacking and all the things. Hold on. The page is defeating me in a really big way. Okay. All right. And so tonight we want to give special recognition to the frontline staff who worked really, really hard to bring staff and families together through a challenging process that all of you made into an incredible process where we brought 2 school communities together to form one new school community. And all of you did it with such incredible grace under pressure and determination and understanding of why, and helping our community, your communities, understand what was happening. So will the following people please join me up front? Golden Ridge Elementary Principal Allison Hawk. Mountain Peak, I may not get through this. Mountain Peak Elementary Principal Katie Lawson. Silver Spruce Elementary Principal Cheryl Fulner. Executive Directors of Schools John Gutierrez and Ian Wells. Hopefully they're here. Come on down, guys. Holly Harone from Human Services, or Human Resources, our coordinator. And Melissa Park, our Community Support Specialist. So everyone, please come on up here. I know Mr. Colella has a lot of words, but privilege of being the one holding the microphone, I get to go first. You all had such incredible grace and courage as we underwent a process that we have never undergone in Douglas County School District before, at least not in anyone's memory. And I include all of you, all 6 principals, and Ian and John, you as well. This was a really challenging process, and all of you just faced it with grace and courage and made the process really doable. But more importantly, you have led the effort to create new school families who are excited and positive and ready to move forward with their brand new schools. So I just can't personally thank you all enough for everything you've done. And I know before I cry that Chief of Staff Colella will have a lot to add.
Yeah, I could talk for hours about each of these folks. And Superintendent Kane, just you hit it exactly. I'll just add, and we talked about this a lot, very out loud, that this is probably, when you're closing schools, it's probably the hardest conversation that any district is going to have, probably by a long shot. And it's hard for the superintendent, it's hard for the board, it's hard for district staff. It's especially hard for school leaders or school staff in our school communities. And those 3 principals absolutely killed it for our kids. They got a really tough deal, and here we are now, and as Superintendent Kane said, you have created a great now and future for the kids in your building. John and Ian, we were on the meeting tour, on the meeting circuit for about 2 years, and just handle things so darn well as our leaders were necessarily and reasonably having really tough time with navigating the 1,001 details and the big stuff too. You 2 were right alongside them and us and me as we were navigating this. You were invaluable, and you were a big part of why we are where we are. And lastly, Melissa couldn't be here tonight. Holly Harone, and I'll wrap up here. Yeah. So Holly's position actually was born out of a tragedy. We had actually hired George Bozer about a month after he retired into her position. And we found out about a month in that George was sick. And that was really hard for him, for all of us. And while that was really hard on a personal, human level, we also knew that we had some business to take care of. And so we actually hired Holly as on a temporary basis because we wanted to have a place for George to come once he got better. George passed away not too long ago, and it's still tragic for all of us. Holly, through this work, part of what we're doing is taking care of every single staff member who's impacted. I'm pretty sure I can say this. Holly has met with every single staff member in the impacted buildings to assess how they're doing, what they want, what they're looking for, and what their future could look like. Holly is at the forefront of those conversations, and Holly is also at the forefront of coordinating construction and moving as is all happening over the last few months, and did a heck of a job with it. So Holly, thank you all. This is a massive team effort, and you're awesome, and thank you again.
I believe some of our principals brought some honored guests with them who were part of their teams. If you guys could come join us as well, that would be really great, because this took everyone.
The only people who have not been fully acknowledged who are on the stage are Superintendent Kane and Chief of Staff Colella. Steve and I made the trips and talked to the people. Superintendent made all of those decisions. She would not take the credit she deserves, so I will pass it on. Steve will not take the credit he deserves, so I will pass it on. I've been in all the buildings. Everyone has talked about the support that they got from the administration, and so everyone on the board and everyone on the cabinet deserves credit as well. Thank you all. It is amazing what we have done. We invented a wheel. I hope we don't have to do it again soon, but we now know how to do it right.
Now that I'm good and crying, we're going to go ahead and take a picture. So if everyone can get together, and actually I do want to, this was such a big process. If the board will give me a minute or two more. Principals, do any of you want to say anything? You don't have to. I just know this was such a big deal.
I want to say a name. This is my partner in crime, and Jill Montoya made it possible for us to do what we did at Mountain Peak, and so I just think it's really important that her name was said, so.
I agree, and could not have done it without these amazing women who picked us up and led us through all these things. This is Whitney Hamlin and Lindsay Frazier, so thank you both. And with me tonight is our amazing AP, Amanda Purdue, and the other person that's not with us tonight is Kirsten Sola, and Kirsten Sola also helped us. She's the principal at Acres Green, and she was a part of this all the way through, and I think it's important we recognize her tonight as well. So.
And when we told you that we needed help, you all came in shorts and t-shirts, and you were sweating along with us. And I'm very, very grateful for the help. You made it possible for us to open.
Yes, thank you.
All right, you guys are the best. Okay, big picture. Is this going to work, Stacy, or do you want us to do 2 rows? And that concludes tonight's recognitions.
A really beautiful example of how to do hard things. Our next agenda item is the acceptance of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I would move to accept the agenda as laid out.
Second.
The motion is now open for discussion. Seeing none, I will take roll call. Director Callahan? Aye. Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
President Meek?
Aye.
Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. We will now move to superintendent reports.
Thank you very much. The 26-27 school year is in full swing. Our schools are in the midst of many milestone events such as back-to-school nights, fun runs, and so much more. Many of our high schools are already hosting athletics for fall sports such as soccer, football, flag football, wrestling, cross-country, tennis, and more. My husband and I are really looking forward to attending the upcoming high school sporting events in the coming weeks. Fall football is one of our favorite things to do together. DCSD remains the top scoring school district in the Denver metro area based on the recently released CMAS scores. Thank you so much to all of our amazing educators and staff, and I'm looking through the audience because so many of you are here. Thank you so much to all of our educators and staff for all that you do for our 62,000 students in DCSD. It matters, it's showing, and it's being recognized. Sagewood Middle School counselor Janelle Winders has been named the 2026 Middle School Counselor of the Year by the Colorado School Counselor Association. Congratulations to Janelle and to Sagewood. We will be recognizing her at a future board meeting. Our 3 consolidated elementary schools held their ribbon cuttings, and it was filled with excitement. So as we did earlier tonight, welcome to the DCS family, DCSD family, Golden Ridge Elementary, Mountain Peak Elementary, and Silver Spruce Elementary. And thank you again to all the leadership in all of those schools for everything they've done to create these new communities. Cloverleaf Enrichment School opened their new building / permanent home, meaning they no longer have to lease space out of a church. They are now in a proper school building. Congratulations to Cloverleaf. The Douglas County High School Cosmetology Program ribbon cutting took place on Wednesday, August 19th. If you haven't had a chance to see the new salon at Douglas County High School, be sure to check it out. And for members of the community, we open our cosmetology programs to citizens to come get their hair cut, nails done, etc. So, great thing to consider. Elementary School 51 had its beam signing topping out ceremony yesterday in Sterling Ranch. There were more than 100 in attendance, and thankfully the weather held out. It was so fun to see all the children sign the beam that was then lifted up in front of the whole crowd to be placed at the top of their future school. Finally, some upcoming events. Highlands Ranch High School Automotive Program will be having their ribbon cutting on Thursday, September 10th at 4 o'clock p.m. And Elementary School 50 in the Lyric area in Lone Tree will be having their beam signing topping out ceremony Tuesday, September 29th at 4 p.m. We're so incredibly grateful to our taxpayers for approving the funds to allow us to build the amazing programming that we've been able to build for students and to build 2 new elementary schools in our communities that are exploding with construction for the first time since 2010. So thank you to our voters, and that concludes superintendent updates.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. There's certainly a lot to celebrate. We will now move to agenda item 6, public comment. Public comment is an important part of our democratic process, and the board values hearing from our students, staff, and community members. Each registered speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. To support a respectful and productive environment and to model for our students the civil discourse we expect, we ask all speakers to address comments to the board rather than to staff, individual audience members, or guests. Keep remarks appropriate for a K-12 educational audience and refrain from discussions of all personnel matters, which are more appropriate for executive sessions. Please be aware that public comments are public records. All board meetings are recorded and posted on the district website in accordance with open meeting laws. If you wish to keep personal information private, please do not include it in your comments. Board members do not respond during the public comment portion of the meeting. Board-related matters may be followed up by the board president at a later time, and operational matters may be referred to the superintendent for appropriate follow-up. We will begin with student speakers, then virtual speakers, and finally in-person speakers. Would all in-person speakers please make your way to the front of the room now? It sometimes takes a few minutes to make your way down. When your name is called, please come forward, adjust the microphone so that we can hear you clearly, and begin with identifying yourself by name and whether you are speaking for yourself, another individual, or a group. I will call speakers 3 at a time. We will start with Tina Houston, Diane Mink, and Sarah Spillen. Diane Mink.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you so much for allowing me to be here tonight. I am a recently retired teacher from Douglas County School District, actually as of June 1st. I want to speak on behalf of my colleagues for the proposal of the MLO. I realize that there are a lot of different opinions regarding this, especially in times where budgets are tight. However, I believe that we must move forward and compensate staff, the very people in charge of our children, raising future generations to serve us so that they can live and work in Douglas County with as much education as required of our teachers. It makes no sense that we don't compensate them adequately. The environments of our children are the environments that our teachers teach in. So I am asking you to follow through on that end for the sake of our schools, our
15
teachers,
seconds remaining.
our other staff, and our students. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Sarah Spillen. Okay, we'll move to Chad Cox, Sean Cook, and Chris Galloway. Chad?
Good evening, board members. My name is Chad Cox, and I'm here tonight in support of placing the $54 million mill levy override on the November 3rd ballot. I believe our community has an opportunity to make a meaningful investment in our schools and, most importantly, in our students. We need to attract and retain exceptional teachers by making their compensations more competitive with neighboring districts. We need to address the increasing cost of school security, including school resource officers. We need to reduce the wait list for career and technical education, including skilled trades. And we need to restore programs like instrumental music that give our elementary students opportunities to discover talents and passions beyond their traditional classroom. But I also want to make this a personal request. I'm the father of 5 children in Douglas County schools. One of my sons entered school classified as significant support needs due to his congenital brain defect. In just 2 years, because of the dedication, professionalism, and expertise of his teachers and support staff, he advanced to moderate needs this year. That progress didn't happen by accident. It happened because exceptional educators saw his potential, understood his needs, and refused to give up on him. Those are the teachers we need to keep. Those are the professionals we need to attract. And those are the opportunities we need to preserve for every child in this district. I believe Douglas County families deserve schools that can compete for the best educators, provide meaningful opportunities, and keep our children safe.
15
So
seconds
tonight, I
remaining.
respectfully ask you to place this $54 million MLO on the November ballot and let the voters of Douglas County to decide what's best for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Cook. We will move to Caitlin Ludwig, Kendra Hosfeld and Cindy Jensen.
I am Caitlin Ludwig. I am a 6th-year teacher at ACS. Hi, Aaron. Oh, thank you. I am quite tall. Thank you. Ah, you're cute. Oh, thank you. I am speaking on behalf of Parent Choice in Schools. I am Caitlin Ludwig. I am a 6th-year teacher at ACS. This is my 12th year teaching. I would like to speak on behalf of my own experience. I have taught in Title I schools, a school overseas, and many different grade levels. I enjoy being with kids and feel most purposeful when I am teaching kids in a classroom. Every family is able to choose a school. Every school chooses teachers. Every school provides for kids. Every school educates students. Students are educated through curriculum. At ACS, we provide an education in our own unique way. We have class sizes that are small. We have a core knowledge-based curriculum that makes connections through skills to content. We also have branches in our school community. We have a caring staff. We have supportive administrators. We have a PTO that brings our school and family homes together. We have a governing board whom upholds the values of our school through parent and teacher connection. Governing board members are parents who support our teachers. In addition, our students have unique long-term connections. We serve K through 8 grade levels. Students who are older can mentor and be role models for the younger, and the older can learn new ways of joy and perspective from the younger. Thank you for hearing my voice, and I support the continued right of family school choice.
Thank you. We'll now have Kendra Hosfeld.
Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Kendra Hosfeld, and I have the privilege of leading North Star Academy. I bring over 25 years of experience in education, from neighborhood teaching to executive director. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of myself and many other charter leaders, including Bethany Merkling, Jason Edwards, Stacy Bush, Mary Clark, Diana Simpson, Liz Dugan, Bob Barber, Heather O'Mara, Matt Cartier, Tammy Bostick, Kara Pratt, Jeremy Johnson, Caitlin Hilser, and Heather Newbrow. This is just about all the charter principals and executive directors in this district. We are here to speak about the Charter School Framework Resolution recently passed by this board. First, would like to address the process for how this came to be. In June, the resolution was submitted and passed to move forward. During the meeting, you stated the next step was stakeholder feedback. It is reasonable to assume that that would include charter leaders and their communities. Unfortunately, that motion to include charter feedback failed, and we weren't included in this part of the process. Instead, there were conversations with legislators and CASB. June is a crazy time of year for school leaders, and this snuck under the radar for many of us. In August, a board member motioned to hold off until charter engagement happened. Once again, the motion failed. Then, at the August meeting, you decided to move this forward to CASB without engaging the community that this resolution would impact. Several charter leaders, including myself, presented partnerships between charter schools and districts at the Colorado League Conference a couple of years ago. I'm not sure what happened to this partnership of inclusion. We recognize there is an engagement set for the 31st, but it feels as though it won't be meaningful engagement. Secondly, we would like to address a couple of the concerns we have with how the resolution is written.
15 seconds remaining.
Very broad and general. For instance, it talks about expansion. What does this mean? Does it mean if we have a kindergarten wait list and need more, that it wouldn't get approved? Also, terms like the resolution speaks to whether there is not an unmet educational need. This is very broad and could be interpreted in many ways.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Appreciate
time.
comment. Cindy Jensen.
Good evening, board members. My name is Cindy Jensen. I would like to speak about the charter resolution that was recently passed without any engagement from the community. I'm a proud grandparent of a wonderful granddaughter. She currently attends a charter here in Douglas County. She attended her local neighborhood school for years, but something was off and she was not doing well. It wasn't because the neighborhood school was doing anything wrong. It was because it wasn't a good fit for her. She needed something smaller, more intimate. Last year, she moved to a charter school, and it has been her best year ever. She is thriving, and I'm so grateful. This resolution would give you the opportunity to say no to charters, which also would give you the ability to take away choice. Some students thrive in charters because they can have smaller class sizes. Parents need to be able to choose what's best for their child, not just academically, but socially as well. Yes, we already have many options, but there is a parent demand. If there is parent demand for another school, charter, or otherwise, you should not be able to take that away. In addition, several times during the previous board's tenure, you ridiculed and chastised them for putting resolutions on the agenda and passing them the same night with no feedback. But now that's okay because it's your agenda. I find it horribly hypocritical. What is the real problem with waiting another year? What problem are you really trying to solve? Please do the work with engaging with the charter community before sending this to possibly become future law. They represent at least 25% of the student population. Please consider students like my granddaughter who thrive in charters. Don't take those options away because
15
of
seconds
declining
remaining.
enrollment or the fiscal position of the district. It's students who should be the focus, and they need choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Amanda Moss.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Moss, and I'm a mother of 3 children, ages 9, 11, and 12. We live in Castle Rock and moved here from Southern California 3.5 years ago. And before becoming a stay-at-home mom, I was an educator for 8 years, so education's really important to me and my family. When we moved here, we enrolled our children in our neighborhood school. We had a positive experience. Our children were welcomed, supported, and received help in the areas where they needed it. However, our youngest was finishing kindergarten, and the transition was difficult. We found a house within the district, and my children started at their new neighborhood school. My youngest continued to struggle through his 1st grade year, and it was not looking good for 2nd grade either. So, as an experienced teacher and a concerned mom, I started researching our options. I toured every neighborhood school and several charter schools. After many tours, substitute teaching in the district, and conversations with teachers and admin, we chose Academy Charter. The biggest reason was simple. We needed to try something completely different from our neighborhood school to help our struggling 1st grader. So they all moved to Academy Charter, and there he would be learning the same foundational skills, but through a different curriculum, a different environment, and a different approach to learning. Thankfully, that choice made an incredible difference for him, and by the end of the year, he grew significantly, and we saw our child who had struggled finally begin to thrive. So I want to be clear that our experience doesn't mean every child needs a charter. What I did learn through that experience is that having meaningful choices in education, it truly matters. I especially learned that now as a past educator. It really is important to have meaningful
15 seconds
choices.
remaining.
So what I want for all DCSD families is simple. It's to be able to have meaningful options, choose the environment where they believe their child has the greatest opportunity to succeed. Families know what's best. Sometimes they need a different environment or a different approach.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jason Etzenbaum.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jason Edesabian, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself about the charter resolution. I'm proud to have 3 kids enrolled in Douglas County schools, ages 12, 10, and 8. And a big part of the reason my wife and I moved to Douglas County 11 years ago from Eastern Colorado was the variety of the schools. You know, we didn't move here saying, hey, we want to go to this one or that one. we moved here because we're proud to say Douglas County has excellent schools, and we're going to be able to choose which one is going to fit our children the best. So yeah, and so really that was a big part of why we came here 11 years ago. And I think a lot of people are similar to me. You know, it's not, hey, I want this school or I want that school. I want to be able to evaluate everything and look and see where will be the best fit. So I just wouldn't want to see anything to compromise that. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kevin O'Connor, Tammy Bostic, and Lacey Gansey. And if I could just ask the speakers, we have some members that are having trouble hearing you. If you could just try to make sure you're speaking into the microphone.
Good evening. I'm a Douglas County parent. I'm concerned about the resolution this board submitted to CASB proposing changes to Colorado's Charter Schools Act, particularly because it was advanced without first seeking meaningful input from charter families, leaders, and boards. For me, school choice isn't a policy issue, it's personal. I too have 3 children who have all had varying experiences in the neighborhood and the charter school systems here in Douglas County. What I know is all my kids are different and they all have different needs. My son, for example, attended our neighborhood elementary school out of the gate. He's a good kid, smart, very social, but very different from my daughter. And my education experience with him, very different. I often didn't feel engaged or even understand what he was learning and what he was focused on. He never brought home homework. I felt removed from this part of his life. In 3rd grade, his state math assessment scores suddenly plummeted. At his parent-teacher conference, even his teacher was surprised, telling us, and I quote, "He's teaching me math, so that surprises me." This isn't the experience that we were looking for. But in the 3rd grade, we went through that, and over the next several years, we made the decision to ultimately move him to Academy Charter School. Parents know that 2 schools offering similar programs can provide very different experiences for a child. I'm asking this board to explain what problem this resolution is solving, provide the evidence supporting it, and most importantly, engage the charter community before advocating for statewide change.
15 seconds remaining.
Please protect what has made Douglas County special, giving parents meaningful choices and trusting them to find the school where their child can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Bostic.
All right, hopefully he's good position. All right. Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Tammy Bostic. I'm the Executive Director of Schools at American Academy, and I'm going to be reading on behalf of Amber O'Neill, a Board Director and proud parent at American Academy. Our board was recently informed about the resolution this board has passed to be moved on to CASB in hopes of future legislation. We are disappointed that there has been no charter engagement before this was passed. While we recognize there is an engagement scheduled for the 31st, it feels like we were an afterthought in this process. This resolution does not consider parent choice as an option. As you all know, American Academy is a successful charter school with a robust wait list and steady enrollment. We have had 2 successful replications, and this resolution could prevent charters like American Academy from being able to replicate. If a school has a robust wait list with parents who want to choose a charter school for their children, and this board has the ability to say no simply because there is declining enrollment, we would not be honoring parents and their choice. Just because we don't have failing schools in our district doesn't mean we don't have a sincere desire from parents for charter schools. I think we also need to consider this won't just impact Douglas County. This has a much further and potentially detrimental reach to other districts who may need or rely on other options. Our hope moving forward is that there is meaningful and impactful engagement with parents and leaders of charters and the community. There are many of us out here who would like to be partners with you when considering such impactful resolutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lacey Gansey. Next, we'll have Allison Hawk.
Good evening. Thank you, Board of Directors, Superintendent Kane, and the Cabinet for letting me speak here today. I am Allison Hawk, the very proud principal of the newly consolidated Golden Ridge Elementary School. I've been a DCSD educator for 18 years. I'm also the parent of 2 Douglas County graduates, the spouse of a Douglas County teacher, and a Douglas County resident, and I've even had my father as part of our long-range planning committee for many years. My family and work commitments are truly embedded in this district, and I am proud to be part of DCSD. I'm here to voice my support tonight for the mill levy override that you are considering this evening. I know you've had many leaders speak to you about the importance of the mill in providing competitive compensation for our teachers. While I agree with all the other leaders who have discussed this, I'd also like to discuss how crucial it is for compensation increases for those employees who are classified employees, such as our educational assistants, bus drivers, health assistants, nutrition service employees, and more. I have often had to offer these candidates wages that are hard to say and are less than most retail and restaurants nearby in the community, and a rate much less than most teenagers make babysitting. We know it takes a true village to care for our kids and run our schools, and we are not able to keep many of our positions filled in these crucial positions year over year because of the pay structures that are in place. Additionally, I know that many members of our staff, from beginning year teachers all the way through to veteran teachers of 30 years, and even my administrative colleagues, work second jobs in order to keep the bills paid and live within our county. This has to impact their ability to provide the best for our students or for their own families, having to work multiple jobs to stay afloat. Another important detail that I would like for you to keep in mind as you consider this MLO is that at least 3 of our neighboring school districts, Littleton, Jefferson County, and Denver, are all pursuing mill levies of their own this November. If they are able to pass theirs and we do not pass our own,
15
the pay gap
seconds
will continue
remaining.
to grow. Beyond the wages, I would also like to talk about the importance of the certifications through our CTE, the importance of our security and safety, and also the $5 million establishing and enhancing our specialized programming for students with needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Francesca Papalardo.
Good evening, Superintendent Kane and Board Directors. I am Dr. Francesca Papalardo, Principal of Crest Hill Middle School, and I'm here tonight to express my strong support for placing the proposed mill levy override on the ballot. I've been in education long enough to know that programs, initiatives, and buildings matter, but the single greatest resource we have for our students is the people who show up for them every day. The previous mill levy override made a very big difference. As a principal, I saw firsthand what more competitive compensation meant for our ability to recruit and retain outstanding teachers and staff. We are in a much stronger position today because our community chose to invest in the people who serve our students. But we cannot stop there. Douglas County is an exceptional school district, as Superintendent Cade reported earlier, and our students deserve exceptional educators. To retain them, we have to remain competitive with neighboring districts and recognizing the increasing cost of living in our community. While our district is in a much better place with compensation, I unfortunately still lost a few incredible candidates last spring because our salary offers simply weren't competitive with those of the nearby districts. Our teachers and staff should not have to leave Douglas County to earn a salary that reflects their experience, expertise, and commitment. I also strongly support the other priorities included in this MLO, maintaining school safety, expanding career and technical education opportunities, and restoring and strengthening programming for students. These are not extras. They are part of providing the well-rounded, safe, high-quality education our families expect from Douglas County schools. At Crest Hill, we are an avid school, and college and career readiness is an important part of the work we do with our students. Providing students with a
15 seconds
wide
remaining.
range of pathways and opportunities that support that work helps them to begin to see, even in middle school, the many possibilities. I'm incredibly proud to be the principal in Douglas County, and I want to continue as to be a district where exceptional educators want to build their careers. I support the mill levy override. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jeremy Johnson, Lucy Squire, and Michelle Howard.
Pretty sure you'll be able to hear me, but tell me if you don't. I'm here to speak in support of the MLO this evening. I think that, this district has been doing a lot of great things over the last several years. There's some things talked about this evening. I'm sure you guys will get that cleared up for us. But just to make some frame of reference here, at DCS Montessori, we were able to increase our base salary the last MLO by about $12,000, increased all of our staff by about 9%, and it made us competitive, right? There was a lot of ability for us to retain staff, make staff feel happy and supported. But I want to say that I don't think that where this community and where this county school district is headed is just about being competitive. I think it's about being the best in the state. And I think you guys have already shown an ability to hone in on that. I think Aaron's done a great job. I think all the leaders that are here are doing fantastic work. And we do have amazing staff that deserve more than we're offering right now. That's just being frank. I do think that our job is to make sure that we are continuing to motivate staff, to continue to focus on their ability to be recognized for being excellent, to their excelling is notified, that we're interested in innovating and improving, and that's what the modern world's demanding of us. I mean, the strategic plan that you guys have worked on over the last year and tried to put in place, it doesn't need the educator who just shows up and goes home every day. We need the people that are going to stay after hours, volunteer for extra communities, jump into the new forms of technology, volunteer for CTE training that we need. It's not just about the teacher that shows up, right? We need somebody who's going to do more than that. And so I do think that we can't be satisfied with being competitive. I don't think anybody in Douglas County, frankly, is very happy about just being competitive. Usually we're after a lot more than that, and I'm talking about the citizens
15 seconds
that I want to
remaining.
thank for voting for the approval of the last MLO. I'd just like to make sure that they get an opportunity to do that for us again and support the excellence moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy Squire.
Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. I am Lucy Squire, current third grade teacher and president of Douglas County Federation. Tonight you have an important decision before you, whether to put a mill levy override on the ballot and let Douglas County voters decide if they are willing to make an additional investment in our schools. I believe you should put this on the ballot, and I believe you should do it now. Our district administration already operates with a lean budget and lean staffing. Our educators see what happens when schools are stretched too thin, and they work every day to give students more with less. An MLO could provide critical resources to recruit and retain excellent educators, strengthen programs, and better meet our students' needs. When schools have the resources to retain great teachers, provide strong programs, and support student needs, students benefit. But investment alone is not enough. If we are serious about retaining great educators, we must also give them a meaningful voice in the decisions that affect our classrooms and careers. Collective bargaining creates a formal, transparent process for educators and the district to work together on compensation, staffing, workload, safety, and working conditions. When teachers have a voice and a meaningful partnership with the district, students benefit from greater stability, stronger teacher retention, and educators who can focus their energy on teaching and learning. This is not about conflict or guaranteeing that either side gets everything at once. It's about ensuring that people closest to our kids have a seat at the table and can help shape the best outcomes for students. Neither the MLO or collective bargaining should be a Democratic or Republican issue. These are school district issues about our students, our educators and staff, and the future of our community. Political party lines should not determine whether we invest in our schools or whether educators have a voice. The board has discussed both of these issues long enough, and now is the time for action. Tonight, I am asking you to put the MLO on the ballot, restore collective bargaining.
15 seconds remaining.
Do both with urgency. Give our community the opportunity to invest in its schools and give our educators the voice they deserve. Because when we invest in our schools and our staff, we are ultimately investing in our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michelle Howard.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dr. Michelle Howard, and I'm the building principal at Clear Sky Elementary School in Castle Rock. And I am speaking on behalf of being on favor of the mill levy override. For my teachers who are just starting off at Clear Sky Elementary School and they're just beginning their journey in education, none of whom can live in the area. They can't live in Douglas County for this year, just for the notion of knowing that they can't afford it. They cannot live in the communities that they serve. They're part of their lives where they are paying off a lot of their student loans that they have accrued to get the education that they need to sustain this, to be in education in general. They are also maybe starting off their families as well. In the Castle Rock region, the median price of a single family home is roughly about $650,000 to $675,000. In the Meadows region, where Clear Sky is located, it very much exceeds that price. Right down the street from Clear Sky Elementary School, there's currently a home that's listed for $955,000, which is certainly pricing out a lot of my teachers. I even have veteran teachers that would tell me that, hey, if I wasn't already established and I didn't buy my home previously, I wouldn't be able to afford to live in this community either. As a building principal, and I've certainly have had candidates that would like to be a part of Douglas County Schools, and in fact have sought out Douglas County
15
schools.
seconds remaining.
But when that salary is issued to them, when that offer is given to them, they know that they can earn more in neighboring districts. So I'm asking you to please consider putting the MIL into this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Amy Brookshire, Deb War, and Liz Wagner.
Good evening, board. My name is Amy Brookshire. I teach 6th grade at Clear Sky Elementary, and I'm also a homeowner here in Douglas County and have 2 boys in the district myself. You'll hear the funding numbers tonight from people better positioned to support the mill levy override, so I won't waste time on those numbers, but I'd rather tell you what this looks like from inside the classroom. 6th grade is a hinge year, a time when a lot of kids quietly decide whether school is a place they're good at things or a place they just get through. What decides that isn't the building or the curriculum. We all teach the same state standards. It's the person standing in front of them. And not just any person. It takes about 5 years to become a teacher that parents ask for by name. The one who knows how to reach the kid that nobody else could reach, who taught that student's older brother and still remembers him. That teacher isn't a job title that we fill. They are the reason a family feels known here in this district. I have unfortunately watched this type of teacher leave our district for Cherry Creek, for Boulder, for Jeffco. They are making that drive every morning because the gas costs less than them staying in our school district. I want to be careful how I say this because they didn't leave because they stopped loving this place. They left because loving it doesn't cover the bills. And when one of them goes, we don't have a vacancy to fill. We have 5 years walking out the door, a clock that starts over, in a room full of kids in August who will never know what they missed. The pool that we're starting over from is thinner than it used to be. Openings for quality teachers that once drew a deep stack of applications doesn't anymore. I've been talking with my neighbors about all of this. I'll be honest, these conversations don't start enthusiastically. The first reaction is almost always the burden of the increase in their taxes. But then we get to what the money will be used for. And 2 things move people: teacher retention and what those teachers do to their property's values. Most come around, so I do think that this can pass, but it passes on what it's for. Let me say that second part plainly because I don't think we can say it clearly enough. People moved here for the schools, and a district is only ever as good as the teacher standing in its classroom. So the chain is short. Great teachers make great schools create demand. Demand is what your house is worth. Which means the thing protecting my property value isn't my kitchen, it's whether the teacher down the hall is still here in 3 years. Please pass the mill levy override.
Deb War.
Good evening. My name is Deb War, and it has been my privilege to serve as Castle Rock Elementary's principals for the last 11 years. I want to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and thank you for your service to Douglas County. At Castle Rock Elementary, like many of the public comments that you've already heard, we've been greatly gifted with some resources that we didn't have prior to our last election. And we were able to get a campus security specialist. This position is really important to our school and is vital to ensuring that our kids feel safe when they come to school. Unfortunately, the last couple of years, we've had some struggles hiring these positions. the last time we had an opening, we offered the position 6 times before we were able to get a candidate. That's 6 rounds of interviews, 6 rounds of reference checks, 6 rounds of offers. These weren't people who didn't want the job. These weren't people that we didn't want to have the job. They wanted the job. We wanted them to have the job. But they had to walk away because the $20 and some cents an hour wasn't enough to sustain themselves or their families. So when I was thinking about what I wanted to talk about tonight, I was doing a little retail therapy this weekend and noticed that they were also looking for someone around $20 and some cents an hour. So I did a little job comparison on what you needed to work at the retail store and what you needed to work to be a campus security. So starting pay is around $20 an hour. The certification required, if you want to be a campus
15
security
seconds
specialist,
remaining.
you need to have first aid and CPR. You needed to be able to intervene in a crisis, make a lot of judgments on the fly, and do some enforcement of policies and procedures. You don't need any of those to work at a retail store. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Liz Wagner?
Good evening, directors. Give us a reason to vote yes. I support funding our schools, paying teachers competitively, and improving security. But support for this district doesn't mean I'll sign off on a deal with terms this unclear. First, special education didn't make the list. More than 13% of DCSD students receive special education services, yet SPED didn't make the list of priorities specifically named in this $54 million annual tax increase. That wasn't an accident, it was a choice. Why? If instrumental music being returned warrants explicit commitment in the ballot, how do 8,100 approximately students with disabilities not? Second, including is not limited to. That's the fine print. The ballot language funds general purposes, including the listed priorities. No floor, no ceiling, no accountability for compensation, security, CTE, or programming. That's not an oversight, that's discretion. And discretion is exactly what a board headed into recognizing the Douglas County Federation for a CBA wants to keep. Before taxpayers approve $54 million in permanent revenue, they deserve to know what governance structure will exist on the other side of this election. If this board grants exclusive representation and enters into a CBA, the district will be contractually constrained in how those dollars are spent. Right now, this MLO risks looking like seed money for obligations that haven't been negotiated yet. You are asking taxpayers to make a permanent commitment before this board has decided how much authority you're going to give away. You are putting the cart before the horse and asking taxpayers to pull it. Resolve the CBA issue first, then specify where the $54 million goes, including what will
15
be used
seconds
for
remaining.
special education. To do otherwise is not fiscal responsibility. It's asking for a blank check and calling it trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sarah Curto.
Hello, my name is Sarah Curto. I am the principal at Sierra Middle School in Parker. I also am married to a Mountain Vista teacher. Our kids attend one of the consolidated elementary schools and one of the middle schools who just got 6th grade. So we are a Douglas County family. More importantly though, we live in Douglas County. And I feel a little foolish that we often talk about the benefits for students and staff from an MLO, but there's also a benefit for residents. The reason why we live in Douglas County is because it's safe. Douglas County is one of the safest counties in the metro area. And I drive past county line, I enter Douglas County, and I feel a sense of relief because I know that this is a safe community. Now, Matt Reynolds could probably pull the data on the correlation between a strong school district and the crime rate. I haven't done that scientific work, but I might hypothesize that strong schools also are an indication of a safe community. And what am I, as a resident, willing to pay for my safety, for the safety of my kids, and for the safety of my neighbors? Well, if my house is worth $1 million, I'm gonna pay $337 a year to ensure that safety. To me, that's priceless. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Oscar Chaparro.
Good evening. I'm Oscar Chaparro, and I teach CTE welding over at Thunder Ridge, and I'm advocating for the mill levy override. To share a little bit about myself, I did not go to college. I went right to work for a structural steel company at a high school, built my skills, and eventually worked my way into managerial roles and even worked independently. I never expected to end up in a classroom sharing that passion with young people, but when the opportunity came up, I jumped at it. It's been life-changing for me, and it proved firsthand how powerful it is when someone finds a passion and a clear direction in life. I love seeing our students take pride in our community. They started small, fixing broken chairs and maintenance gear around the school, and last year, our Girls That Weld Club built a brand new bike rack for the kids over at Bear Canyon Elementary. We are building good connections with the community, but our ultimate outreach is sending young adults into well-paying, debt-free careers right out of high school. Original Bonds built our shop space, and grants like the Opportunity Grant for the Foundation for Douglas County Schools have helped us grow. Popularity in these classes is through the roof right now. My coworker and I, Matt Paisley, who teaches woods and construction, continuously talk about how basic entry-level tools and limited space is no longer enough given the interest and the evolution of industry standards. It is important that we keep our students competitive and increase the availability of these classes all across the district. It is incredibly important that we keep the teachers in these roles as well. Across the district, there are teachers who, like me, are willing to give up off periods to take in an extra section. This comes at an unseen cost. I think most will agree that it's not hard to teach an extra class. That's actually the fun part. It is the purchasing of consumables, materials, repairing or replacing worn equipment, reaching out to industry partners, looking for employment opportunities for students, maintaining advisory boards. Some are even going beyond that by finding the energy to offer concurrent enrollment. When you consider putting the mill levy override on the ballot in November, I ask that you remember that what these programs accomplish.
15 seconds
Whether
remaining.
it's skilled trades, business, marketing, family and consumer sciences, engineering, or media, CTE gives students a purpose, a passion, and a path forward. Thank you for your time. Thank you for supporting our kids.
Thank you. Next up, we have Liz Walhoff, Jen Iverson, and Dr. Thielen.
Hi, I'm Liz Walhoff. I'm the very proud principal at Thunder Ridge High School. I know you'll hear many perspectives tonight on whether or not to put the MLO on the ballot for November, and the political commentary around this issue has already been wild and woolly. I want you to know what steady, predictable indexed funding through an MLO could do for the Thunder Ridge community where I work and hire and where my child attends school. At Thunder Ridge, we're able to seat between 42 to 90% of students who want to take one of our CTE classes. That means we have up to 64 students who want to take a CTE course, who see this as a great learning opportunity aligned with their future interests, yet who cannot take that course because we don't have the funding to offer the number of sections for which we have demand. I lost 4 teachers this summer because their compensation wasn't keeping up with their cost of living. I lost 3 to 4 candidates because neighboring districts pay more. We struggle to hire bus drivers and educational assistants because they can get more working at fast food than in the care and safety of our children. Giving our community the chance to vote to make our staff pay competitive with neighboring districts and states would make a world of difference. To be fair to those who are concerned about an MLO, I understand. I get that many folks don't know that when we pay more at the local level, the state says thank you very much and cuts how much it provides to us in funding. With traditional funding structures, our pie doesn't grow bigger when we pay more, we just provide more pieces of the pie than the state does. However, with an indexed MLO, we create a larger and renewing pie for Douglas County families, communities, and students, enabling us to support raises for classified and certified staff, increase seats for CTE, and all the elementary benefits others have shared or will share.
15 seconds remaining.
I'm not asking you to persuade people how to vote. I'm just asking you to put an MLO on the ballot and to continue to share factual information with our community so they can decide what they value and vote accordingly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jen Iverson.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jennifer Iverson, and I'm here on behalf of Douglas County Parents, a pro-public education organization. I want to first thank all the educators who came after a full day of work to speak to you and appreciate their perspectives. We're here tonight to voice our strong support for placing the mill levy override on the November ballot. Douglas County's public schools are underfunded relative to our neighbors, and DCSD staff and students deserve more respect. This MLO would let us retain and attract top quality teachers with competitive salaries, fund school resources, resource officers, expand CTE and trades programs that currently have long wait lists, and also bring back programs that are needed in our elementary schools. We urge you to put this on the ballot and let the voters of Douglas County decide. We also want to go on record again regarding the CASB resolution on modernizing charter school authorizations. We support the immense choice in Douglas County School District. Charters are public schools, and their intent to roll numbers should be just as transparent as any other public schools. But this shouldn't be decided by our school board directors alone. Other stakeholders deserve a seat at the conversation. Enrollment decline affects more than just neighborhood schools. It can affect existing charters as well. Any policy developed needs to reflect that reality for all public schools, not just some. Thank you for your time and your service to our students.
Thank you. Finally, we have Dr. Thielen.
It was Spirit Day today, so I apologize for the chains. How are we doing, guys? My name is Dr. Rob Thielen. I am the proud principal at Timber Trail Elementary and an even prouder parent of 3 students in DCSD. I want to thank Aaron, Danny, the entire cabinet and the Board of Education for investing in PLCs in allowing for late start Fridays. It is a really big deal. It's the right work for our kids at exactly the right time. But for those of you that haven't seen it, it's not a program and it's not a Friday meeting, but instead it's a cultural shift. It's the collective belief that all students can learn at high levels with a laser focus on 4 essential questions. So why do we engage in this work? Research has shown us over and over again that PLCs are the greatest vehicle to increase collective teacher efficacy, and collective teacher efficacy is the greatest link to increase student achievement. It's the right thing to do. But it's not just a Friday meeting. PLCs, in order to be successful, require us to protect collaborative time with teachers, ensure that all students have access to Tier 1 instruction, to create systems that have fluid intervention, remediation, and enrichment opportunities, and an increased need for specialized staff. That's something that we can lose if we don't get this MLO. It's something that matters at Timber Trail. In addition to that, one thing that isn't brought up is the social emotional impact that this MLO will have as well. At Timber Trail, we have a unified club that immerses our special education with our general ed pop. And it is something that has changed our trajectory of inclusion. It brings kids together in a way that we cannot undervalue, and something that, if this MLO is passed, will allow us to extend to more schools. Right now, Timber Trail is the only school that brings 2 buildings together. This MLO would allow us to do that across the district. It's something that's really exciting, and I hope you consider. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment for this evening. We appreciate all of our commenters. We now move to item number 7 on the agenda, the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second. There's a motion and a second. It's now open for discussion. Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Director Callahan, aye. Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
President Meek?
Aye.
Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. We will now move to item number 8, the adoption of the joint motion agenda. Is there a motion to approve the August 11, 2026 business meeting minutes?
I would move to approve both those minutes and the special meeting minutes from August 17th, 2026.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. We're now open for discussion. Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan, aye. Director Dinsler,
Aye.
Director Geiger,
Aye.
President Meek,
Aye.
Director Parker,
Aye.
Director Ryan,
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. We'll now move to our study action items, 9.1. We have a 15-minute presentation from Chair Robinson and Vice Chair Lynn from the MBOC.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present our MBOC annual report to the board. I can say I am Joe Robinson, who I chairing the MBOC committee, and Brad will appreciate this. I am the one of only 2 of the original MBOC committee members. This is my 8th year, actually going on 9, and so that's a positive because that means we're passing bonds and we're passing MLOs, so that's positive. I would like to introduce Vincent Lynn, who is vice chairman of our MBOC committee. Vincent's in his 2nd year with the committee, and we decided to just kind of team tag you tonight a little bit, so Vincent and I are going to jump back and forth on the presentation. So at this point, I'm going to let Vincent go ahead and start.
Thank you, Joe. Hi, everyone. So I'm Vincent Lynn, the vice chair, and as Joe mentioned, I'm fairly new to the MBOC. What I was hoping to cover here today is to set the table for who we are, why we exist, what we've discovered over this last year, and then to report back to you all as part of what our goals are as a committee.
You should know better than to have me try. I'm the worst. It is not advancing.
So we do have some slides that are not advancing. I can cover them verbally. There we go. All right.
I was so helpful.
Thank you. Yes. That could have been pretty rough to try to talk through every word on these slides here. So why we exist. The MBOC is here, started in 2018 as part of the initial bond that year that passed to provide oversight of the spending to provide accountability to the voters and the public. And so as mills and bonds have passed over the years, the scope of the MBOC has expanded to cover some of those additional voter-passed initiatives. And so what we do, though, is to work on a quarterly basis with staff support and insight to monitor the progress of different projects and spends to ensure that it's going to all the projects and initiatives that were outlined in the ballot language. Go ahead to the next one, please. So this is the most recent bond language in 2024 that was passed. I won't read this out loud to everyone here, but basically it falls into 4 major categories that we oversee. So our aging schools and facilities, updating those to build CTE pathways, including special education needs, by building new schools and addressing growth and decline throughout the district, and then also safety and security throughout the district. These are really the 4 main pillars of what we oversee, the projects that we are really looking after. Next slide, yeah. So who we are, we're a volunteer committee, and we're made up of quite a few folks, as you can see here. These are parents, they're former educators, current educators, staff, business folks, really anyone with that's a stakeholder here in the district. We intentionally recruit folks who have business experience and can help provide analysis and ask the right questions when looking at where we're tracking on certain projects as it relates to the mill levies and bonds. So as it sits today, we've recruited several new members here this year. We do have some openings on our committee too, so anyone listening that wants to join our fabulous committee, we do have some openings both in Highlands Ranch and a community at large position. Next. What we do relies heavily on staff support and input, and so we have a really strong working relationship with all of the folks here, Directors Thompson and Director Callahan, as well as many of the executive team and support team with the school district itself. Our oversight is heavily reliant on our relationship and the information that we receive from all the folks here that we work with. And I'm happy to report that we have a strong relationship with everyone here. Not listed on this slide as well, Mark Seglum has retired, and so we are also now working with Katie Van Kooten as well to get some of the bond-specific numbers that we include in our quarterly analysis. All right, so we meet quarterly as a volunteer committee, and during those quarterly meetings, we kind of bifurcate our agendas into two areas. One, looking over spends related to the MLO, and the others to the bond. MLO is fairly consistent by nature because it's going to be our operating expenses. Not much changes, quarter over quarter in that regard, but we do maintain a pulse as to how that is tracking. The bond spend is really where we spend a lot of our time and efforts in reviewing and having oversight onto. As you all are aware in the district and anyone driving throughout our neighborhoods, there are so many projects going on throughout the district here, and so there's a lot of moving pieces when it comes to how the bond has been spent, what's planned, what's coming. There's all kinds of curveballs when it comes to construction these days, so we want to stay on top of where things sit so that our voters can feel confident that the tax dollars that they are sending to the school district are being used in a prudent and efficient manner, and also in a manner that is congruent to the bond language and the ballot language that was passed. So you can go on to the next slide too. So in addition to these quarterly meetings where we review spreadsheets and look over the numbers, we also have gone on several different site tours throughout the district to see not just the spreadsheets, but see the actual work that's being done across the district. So we have just last month wrapped up a tour of 3 different sites here. What's on the screen here is the Legacy Phase 2 groundbreaking. We're going to get another tour tomorrow to see some of the updates at Legacy here. We also saw the Highlands Ranch High School automotive program near completion. We saw Sierra Middle School, which is unbelievable that there are kids in class there today. We were there 2 weeks ago, and it is crazy how much is going on there. But it's really incredible to see all the moving parts, everyone working together to get these projects finished in time. And then the last tour that we did was one of our growth and declines, the Mountain Peak paired schools. And it's a really nice way to kind of see the dollars in action. I joined the MBOC last year because as a parent and have 2 daughters in the district, I've waffled on different mill bonds in the past, whether I would vote for them or against them, and not knowing where the dollars are going, how it's being spent. And so I wanted to be honest with myself and saying, I don't really know where that money is going. So I kind of dove in head first to really see where it's going. And I can report from my firsthand experience how well and efficiently the dollars are being spent. So I'll hand it over to Joe to get into some of our specifics here.
Okay, and as we say with Mill Bond Committee, transparency is critical. And so what you have in front of you on the screen now is the 2023 mill levy override and what amounts were spent in each of the areas. We are transparent. We have done what we said we were going to do. Thank you to staff. And just to bring you up to date, if you add all those up, it's about 69.5. There was some carryover. Jan, is that correct, from the year before? So even though the mill levy override was for 66, with some carryover, we did spend 69.5 on that. So there's your areas there. Bond sales, highly successful. All I can say is kudos to the finance staff and to the bond staff and whoever else was involved in getting these bonds sold, because look at your premiums. We made major gains with the premiums on these bonds, and I got to thank everybody for that. It gives us some additional money to spend. I kind of had to laugh because talking to Janet one day, I get up in the morning and check my emails. Janet was getting up checking, is this a good day to buy bonds? And so, especially on the last issue in December. So again, kudos on that. We've done great as far as the bond issue goes. Bond progress, we're going to do a little bit different than what we normally do in our presentation. You can see in front of you what the bond progress, what the categories are. Vincent's kind of mentioned those a little bit. We did pick some dates. So as of August 17th, 2026, we have $198 million in active purchases and invoices issued. Now, again, this is a figure that's going to move every month, if not weekly. As you're well aware tonight, you just approved another $20 million tonight on your consent agenda. So you can add another $20 million to that right off the bat tonight. So that's a good figure. We have 3 major projects going, so it's obvious that that money is going to be spent as we move through the rest of the school year. Okay. A little bit different tonight. We're going to show you some figures, and we also, with Jackie's help, we are going to show you some construction figures also. So under your CIP, as of the date we're using, which is July 31st, you can see 71.4 million, 40%'s been paid. Jackie did inform me that by the end of the summer, we will be at about 53% instead of 40. So just based on what's happening to the end of the summer. Charter schools, 6%. It is low. We realize that. We will be handling the majority of the charter school projects. We won't. The district will in the summer of 2027. And so that money is why that money has not been spent. So go ahead. Legacy, 100% complete. We got students there. It's great. So again, as far as total project cost versus actual cost to date, the new elementary schools at Sterling Ranch and Lyric, you can see your figures there. You can see your completion, 35%, 30%. Both projects are on schedule to be completed, and that'll give you an idea of what's been spent at this point. The Sierra Meta School, again, 40% complete. How much money has been spent at this point? And again, let me emphasize, every meeting we have a detailed report. We get a lot more spreadsheets than I probably need as a volunteer, but it breaks it out generally and breaks it out in detail. So growth and decline, our growth and decline schools, 100%. Both of them got opened up. We're doing great there. So on that one, Vincent, go ahead. Highlands Ranch Automotive, same, 100% complete. And the Douglas County High School Cosmetology Program, again, 100%. Both of those are just wonderful facilities. They are just absolutely wonderful. So you can see how much money was project cost versus how much money we spent to date at this point. So before I give it back to Vincent, though, I do want to recognize Janet and Jackie. I've got them on speed dial. They probably hear me more than they need to or on the phone, but they have been super along with their staffs, and we could not have asked for any more support from the district staff than what we're getting on if we feel we need more money, more detail in what we've got. So, Vincent?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, so just to kind of wrap things up here, I got a couple points to make. just want to reiterate the things that Joe just mentioned too around the working relationship with staff and the information we've gotten from them has been great. We have disagreements throughout the year that we are able to talk through respectfully, and sometimes we want to creep into operations. But at the end of the day, we really just want to do our duty as a volunteer committee to make sure that the money that is being spent properly, and that there's accountability for it. So we've been able to implement some new processes and procedures to make sure that we're getting the details that we need to feel confident to report back out to our voters and stakeholders. One thing to call out is kind of to tag on to one of the items that Joe had mentioned around the kind of delayed spending with the charter school projects. Some of that is by design, being the fact that the charter schools, the bond dollars can only fund the non-permanent items and projects there. And so it delays the projects, but we don't want those to become a lower priority moving forward because of that difference in scope. So that's one priority that we're recommending here. And then, finally, some of the project enhancements here. So the main thing is we just want to continue a strong, working, transparent relationship with the team here to make sure that we are confident, especially with a new mill potentially going to voters here in November. We want to make sure that people feel confident, like I wasn't in the past, now I am, and I want to preach out to the rest of the community that the work that is being done in this district is really good, really efficient. So that's our summary here.
Again, you can see our comment to the community and to the board. We won't read it, but basically we are comfortable that the expenditures were in alignment to the bond language, and we have no issues on that. So our next step is nothing. I think it's questions.
Well,
yeah, I think we're going to questions next. So
thank you all so much for your hard work and service on the committee. Directors, we now have 10 minutes allocated for questions, and I would ask the directors to limit yourself to one question until all the directors have had a chance to ask one. Director Dinsler.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I know you mentioned this, but I wanted to highlight it in case there are any community members who are thinking about a potential MLO and thinking like, what are they gonna do with the money? If they're interested in joining MBOC, what is the process?
We have just a matter of going to the district website and going to the MBOC area, and there's a form that they can fill out, and it goes directly to the district and then to myself. And so, again, we are very short on Highlands Ranch, east and west. So, but we do have a community spot also available. So, just go to the district website and fill out the information. It's like a 2-page form, and then it gets submitted, and then they'll be contacted.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Dr. Geiger.
Nice to see another old timer up there. Yeah. You and I served on the MBEC as well some time ago. Our MLO that we are dealing with tonight has a little broader range than it has. Do you feel comfortable with your relationship with the staff and district administration that you'll be able to healthily monitor that and be able to feedback both to the board and to the community about how that money is being spent?
Yes, we've already actually had that conversation a little bit, and we know that's a little bit more general than it has been, but our understanding, the expectations are when that passes, and you know somebody said when that passes, that a MLO plan will be put together as to how that $54 million will be spent. And at that point, finance, there'll be figures attached to that, and then at that point we can monitor that with Jan and our details as we get it. So the answer is yes, but it would be based on the MLO plan put together by the district staff.
Just thank you so much. You guys have done, your committee has done great work, and I think it provides a lot of comfort to other members of the community.
Thank you. I brought 2 friends with me up here. They were ready to answer questions. Okay. Well, thank you. We appreciate the support of the board and appreciate, Superintendent Kane and all the staff. We could not ask for any more help than what we're getting. So we do appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We appreciate it.
Couple of questions, I think, remotely.
I'm sorry, President Meek?
I think Director Thompson has a.
Go ahead, Director Thompson.
All right, give me just one sec because I have to turn down the volume so I don't hear myself 3 times as I speak. So first, I just wanted to say thank you to our MBOC committee. This is a really great group of people who, similar to our other committees, dedicate their free time and expertise because they support the district and they support the education of students in our community. And, I'm very grateful for this committee. It's a joy to be on the committee and work with everyone. Thank you, Joe, for continuing your leadership on the committee again this year. And thank you to Vincent for stepping up in the role of co-chair. I appreciated the presentation and the reassurances about how our bond money has been spent in alignment. I liked the way that you guys presented on the completion of projects. I think that's a really important point because, we've heard even in the community at times that bond work or other things that have been marked for using tax dollar funds from either bonds or MLOs necessarily being spent the way that they're supposed to be spent. However, you provided evidence today that that is something that you guys keep a close watch on and that there is a lot of progress happening. And so I appreciate that. And to kind of add on, there are open spots on the MBOC and all viewpoints are welcome and encouraged, and that those meetings are public. And so anyone can attend at any time, listen in on the meeting, and even participate in these. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you again, guys, for your work. It was a joy working on priorities for this upcoming year, and I'm looking forward to that conversation later in the board meeting.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Anything else? Thank you all. We appreciate it. All right, we are now moving to item 9.2. We have a 15-minute presentation followed by a 20-minute Q&A for the Board of Education. This is a recap of the presentation we received in our last business meeting and is meant to focus on issues or items that the board and district has heard since the last presentation. Superintendent Kane?
Terrific. Thank you so much to the Board of Education. The cabinet is all joining me back here because this recommendation is coming from all of us and by extension, all of us in the school district. And so we will all be here to answer any questions that you all may have or that you may have on behalf of the citizens that you serve. So today I just need you guys to make it so I can skip slides, please. Thank you. Today, I'm just going to give you a quick recap of the MLO recommendation that was made on August 11th. Taxpayers are seeing a real return on their past investments. So as the MBOC just talked about in 2023, 3 years ago, there was a $66 million mill levy override that made a huge difference in terms of increasing our competitiveness. We still have a little ways to go as we're 7% below market, but we were so much more below market in 2023. And increased safety and security at our schools, and as the MBOC mentioned, that was all executed on right away. In 2024, our taxpayers passed a $490 million bond for capital needs throughout our district, and the MBOC spoke quite a bit about that. Our citizens can use the QR code available right there to see any project across our district at any school across our district. You can navigate the status or the plans for any project. We are really proud in Douglas County School District of the amazing things that our staff has been able to accomplish over the last few years. And again, so much of this has to do with the incredible support of our community. We continue to be the top scoring school district. The CMAS scores just came out, and we are still the top scoring school district in the Denver metro area based on average CMAS scores. We have a 93.6 graduation rate, which is incredible. It's an all-time high for us, and it's one of the highest in the state of Colorado. 124 million in scholarships. We now have very low or lower staff turnover. It's dropped from 26 to about 13. We offer incredible career and technical education opportunities for our students. We do have wait lists, and we are our schools are top rated by our families. For our citizens watching, how our schools are funded is incredibly important. I receive a number of citizen emails, as I know the Board of Education does, and each time I offer to, and I will offer out loud on the microphone here, to talk individually to any citizen about how we're funded, and I know our CFO shares that passion. While our property taxes all went up about 3 years ago pretty tremendously due to assessed values, what we collected from our taxpayers here in Douglas County did, of course, go up. However, we are also funded by the state of Colorado. We are funded partly through the local taxes and partly through state taxes. When our local taxes went up due to the assessed value increase, the state simply contributes less, so there's no net change for Douglas County School District. So you can see that locally we used to contribute 40%, while the state contributed 60%. After that major change in taxes, locally we now contribute 47%, and the state contributes 53%, so they just contribute less. Our tax rate that we do control, our bond and our mills tax rate, our mill levy override and our bond tax rate have dropped from 22.5 in 2013 to 18.1 today. This is part of the reason that we are struggling to keep pace with inflation and the cost of living. And you can see from the graph on the right that despite our recent ballot initiatives, our tax rate continues to steadily go down. We are a great return on investment for our taxpayers. This compares our school's tax rate here in Douglas County that we pay as citizens. I should have mentioned I'm also a taxpayer. I have raised 3 children in this community. I've lived in this community for almost 30 years, which is frightening. But frightening, it was amazing, frightening by how old I am. Just had to clarify. Our tax rate here in Douglas County is 45.5 mils. That's what goes to the schools. You can see how that compares to the school districts around us. We have one of the lowest tax rates, and we are the top performing school district. This is our funding per student, just to give our citizens an idea. Our state plus local funding adds up to $11,218 a student. If you look at any of the private schools around Douglas County, they charge anywhere from about $12,000 a student upwards of $30,000 a student. Our taxpayers are getting an excellent value. We educate every single child regardless of their needs, and we make sure that they are all successful. The orange is the mill levy override contribution to our funding, and you can see that our local mill levy override raises significantly less dollars than many of our neighbors. This is why we cannot pay competitively. We are so much better than we were before 2023. That $2,336 number was closer to $1,000. So you can see how incredibly far behind we were then. And now we are still behind, but getting much better, relatively speaking. How is our money spent? This is an incredibly important question that every taxpayer should ask. This graphic represents the percentage of our dollars that go towards different things. The orange represents school programming, so that's student programming that's in our schools. That is where 82% of our dollars go. 13% of our dollars go to supporting those school facilities. And getting the children to school. So supporting the school facilities means things like the electrical bill, the gas bill, the grounds maintenance, the building maintenance, custodians, so keeping the building clean. All of those pieces are in that green, along with our transportation department, which transports our children to school. What people typically think of as central administration or administrative overhead is in that 5%. That's system-wide supports in blue. System-wide supports consist of things like human resources, Information technology, we have over 63,000 devices and 100 buildings across our school district. So of course we need an information technology group to support that. In human resources, we have 23 professionals that manage the needs of 7,600 employees, which is about 1 to 350, which is incredibly lean. We are very, very lean in every area. That blue area also includes things like business services, so the people who write the paychecks, who run all of our finance, etc. All right, central admin, this is another way to look at how efficient Douglas County School District is. This graphic represents all of the employees that we have in Douglas County School District and what they do. Because I often get, we often hear, you have too many administrators. That is a common criticism of public education in general, or really government in general. 53% of our employees are licensed staff, so those are our teachers. 20% are paraprofessionals. Those individuals are in our schools supporting our students. We have office administrative staff, of course, throughout our schools and the district that do things like registrar, front office, etc. Crafts, trades, and services, that's 13%. So again, those are the folks who drive our kids to school, operations and maintenance of our building, our plumbers, our electricians, our mechanics, our groundspeople, etc. 3% of our employee count are administrators, assistant principals, principals, central administrators like myself and my team, and district leaders. 3% is much lower than the state average of 5%. We keep as lean of an operation as we can because we're very dedicated to keeping our dollars in our schools as close to our kids as we can. Funding challenges continue. So as the Board of Education is well aware, funding continues to be a challenge for us. Our revenue is no longer able to cover our expenses, so we have some cuts that we need to make. The increase that we received from the state of Colorado last year, for example, was $6 million. I'd like to remind the public that we have 7,600 employees in DCSD, so just covering the increase in healthcare costs that the district had to bear for those employees is $5 million. We haven't even mentioned the increase in fuel, electricity, gas for our buildings. All of those things every expense is escalating for us. Our salary increases, we gave a 2% increase across the board, which is an incredibly modest salary increase. That was $10 million. And as I mentioned, all those inflationary expenses. We are working on cutting $15 million across our school district by right-sizing our staff wherever we can. As the board knows, we do have slightly declining enrollment as district-wide, and so we always are making sure to right-size our staff so that we adjust to that slightly declining enrollment. Sources of additional funding that school districts can ask for: mill levy overrides and bonds. General mill levy override is limited to 28% of the School Finance Act, which we are getting close to. And general obligation bonds are a loan that the taxpayers agree we can take out, and the taxpayers pay the payment. So in the blue box for mill levy overrides, that is for ongoing expenses such as staff pay increases or new staff that are needed for new programming or whatever it might be. And so that's an amount that the school district collects every single year to support those operational expenses. A bond is a one-time loan that the taxpayers authorize, and then the taxpayers pay that payment through the mill that we set for the bond. All right, so our proposal for 2026 MLO, I first put a little slide up of our process to date. We have been working on this really since before January, but in January we started working with our district leaders, including our charter school leaders, to prioritize the needs across the school district. We presented to the board in February, and the board directed staff to explore an MLO. We presented again in March, including the polling that showed 55% support. We presented it twice in April, including the polling results and the feedback from district leaders, school leaders, and board committees. And then, of course, in July, the Board of Education discussed the MLO with board committee leaders, and new polling came out with 55 to 56% support. And finally, here we are in August. I just put these slides up from a previous slide deck, but this is the feedback that was received on all of the spending priorities from the board committees as well as the district leaders. The 4 biggest priorities are the 4 that are seen in the ballot language. These are the overarching priorities for the mill levy override, but there are a lot more details. We can't list all of the details in the actual ballot language. So these are the 4 that we often talk about. Retaining and attracting high-quality teachers, covering the increasing costs of school security, reducing wait lists for career and technical education, including the trades, and restoring student programming such as instrumental music. However, there is so much more to the mill levy override than what we can put in 4 bullets in a ballot language. Compensation, this is the plan broken down by dollar amount. Compensation will cost about $21.4 million. Specialized student programming, we've set aside $5.1 million a year to establish and enhance our intensive in-district programming to be sure that we're providing comprehensive support for students with specialized needs. I wanted to call that out because that was discussed in public comment. That is $5.1 million to support the needs of all of our students. Career and technical education, $4.2 million to help us reduce the wait lists that you heard some of our staff talk about tonight. Safety and security, $2 million to help us support the escalating costs of safety and security. Curricular investment, we have moved to district-wide core scientifically based reading and numeracy programs. This helps us support that at a district level so our schools are not scrambling on what resources they can afford. Athletics and activities, $1.2 million. Someone mentioned unified sports tonight, and it's also to improve our facilities wherever there might be disparities between sports, between schools, etc. We want to make sure that we have equitable access for all of our kids. Student programming at $3.8 million. This includes restoring elementary instrumental music, which was cut during the Great Recession, investing in middle school, in a middle school teaming model, and supporting the implementation of emerging technologies, things like AI and quantum computing. Charter schools will receive $13 million. That is the proportionate share of the MLO. Our charter schools will submit a plan to the district as to what they plan to use their share of the mill levy override for. Will have to be consistent with this list and with the ballot question. And then these are some details that we went over during the last meeting of the district compensation changes, so I won't go over those again. But it is a 4% increase. We will increase for substitutes $10 a day because we're nowhere near competitive in that area either. And all of our other employees will receive 4%. And then this is a little bit about where we are competitively with our teacher salaries today and where we would be if the MLO passed. If the MLO passes, you can see that we edge just slightly above Jefferson County, which puts us in a more competitive situation with our competitors across the metro area. Finally, the financial details of the mill levy override. The mill levy override will cost about $33.70 per year per 100,000 in home value. So for the average home in Douglas County, that is about $236 per year for a homeowner of a $700,000 home. And I also want to point out that we do have a citizen-led mill bond oversight committee, as well as a fiscal oversight committee that helps us ensure that what we promise the taxpayers are what we are actually delivering. May I have a couple more minutes?
You may.
Thank you very much. So we are working to keep pace with inflation. So this MLO is actually indexed to the School Finance Act, which increases by inflation each year. So that means instead of getting a fixed dollar amount, which is what we have done in the past, this one will actually increase with inflation for all the same things in the list, but of course, all of those things increase every single year. The cost to taxpayers should generally remain the same with the indexed MLO. And then here is our proposed ballot question. The resolution in front of the board tonight is for this ballot language. And again, we can't put everything in the ballot question. So those 4 things are in the ballot question. I believe the MBOC chair and vice chair mentioned The mention an MLO plan. The MLO plan is also posted to the agenda that has the details and the slide before it with even a higher level of detail. And then as a reminder, our polling results were 55% favorable in both March and in July, with the informed ballot going up to 56%. And I put some of the polling slides in here for the public's reference. I won't go through them. And then I'd just like to turn it over to Bill Ray for 5 minutes to give community feedback. I apologize that we're running a little bit over. It's hard to figure out what to go over again and what not to.
Thank you, Dr. Kane. Hop over here. Good evening, school board members. Bill Ray. Thanks for having me back again this evening. I just want to go give you a quick review. As you remember, the district sent out a letter community-wide to community members talking about the mill levy override proposal, the reasons for the school district looking at the mill levy override, and an important part of that was encouraging folks to go to the district's website to learn more information and to access a feedback survey that they could provide comments to the school district and answer some questions. As of, I think it was last Thursday when I started to put this presentation together, 2,309 people had taken the survey. I closed it on Friday, and at that point, 2,501 people had taken the feedback survey. So I'm still working on finalizing that and getting the information and all the comments put together in a usable format to share with the team so that you also can look at that. That feedback was gathered from August 3rd to the 21st. Just a reminder, this is not a statistical survey. It was open. Anyone could take it. We did ask a few demographic questions, so we kind of knew who was answering those or providing that feedback, but this is not like what Todd had presented to you as a statistical survey. But we asked a lot of the same questions. We wanted to get a feel for how respondents felt about the district. So we asked a lot of similar questions. For example, do you believe the school district's going in the right direction or on the wrong track? You can see here about 60% of respondents said right direction. We also asked a very similar question, how you would grade the school district. And you can see here 45%, almost 50% gave the district a B. You have another 17% at A, and then 20% for C, and you can see the other grades there. We did ask the ballot question in there. We wanted people to give us feedback because that is kind of the key piece of information we're sharing with folks. And you can see here about 65% of folks who provided feedback said that they supported the survey. 32% said or supported the ballot question. About 32% said they did not support the ballot question. For the folks that did not support it or were unsure, we asked them a follow-up question. What was their top reason for that? You can see the largest here was just general tax sensitivity. Property taxes are already too high in the district, with the second largest response was concerned how the district manages their tax dollars. We asked folks several questions about the different reasons or kind of parts of the MLO that were shared in the letter. So you can see here that we asked the district's previous funding measures have had a good return on investment, resulting in the higher test scores, graduation rates. And then we asked folks, would you be more or less likely to support the mill levy override knowing this information? You can see here about 50% said they're much more likely with the return on investment question. Supporting career and technical education, getting those wait lists down, and supporting that was about 48%, much more likely. The tax impact question, $33 per year per $100,000 of value. That one was kind of the softest in response, only 37.5% saying they're much more likely to support it knowing that information. But look at this, when they see about the salaries and that importance of retaining and attracting teachers and staff, 59.7, almost 60%, much more likely. Campus safety and security and keeping pace with that, about 42%, much more likely. And then restoring those student programs like instrumental music in elementary school, 43%. A big part of this survey and what I'm working on, and I'll get a final report to the team here by the end of the week so you can review it, is the open-ended responses. And there's thousands of them, and it's a lot of reading. So getting those cleaned up for you. But I did want to kind of break them into some general buckets so you could, at least for this presentation, know what's coming your way to review. So from folks who supported and said they might support the MLO, there were three major themes. Of course, there's lots of other comments, you know, one-offs and different kinds of comments. The most common was the importance of competitive pay to attract and retain teachers and staff. The second most was expanding student opportunities and programs, especially the CTE and the trades. And then the third was around investing in the schools strengthens our community. Then for the top three reasons from folks who were no or unsure, they're pretty similar to what we've seen in Todd's information and what we've seen in past surveys. Tax burden, concerns about affordability in the community, taxes, a lot of folks sharing concerns about being on a fixed income or tight budgets. Then the next group was fiscal management, administrative size, administration spending, kind of that oversight and concern about how the district spends its money. And then the final one was lack of trust around previous tax measures and doubting the district following through. So obviously what we heard from the Mill Bond Committee and other things tonight, hopefully folks in the community can see that information and help answer those questions. But those are the three major categories. But like I said, I'm working on getting that full report to you. So here's a snapshot. I'm not going to kind of go through all the data points here, but you can see just generally from the few demographic questions we asked who made up these feedback respondents. But it was a pretty good cross-section. It wasn't just one group of folks taking the survey and answering it. There's a good variety of responses from the community and representation from the community here. So that's it. Thank you very much. I'll turn it back over.
Okay, lastly, your next steps are to consider two resolutions tonight, one to place the MLO on the ballot, and the second is the compensation resolution, which would allow the compensation change to trigger as soon as the election is over. And of course, as a reminder, once the board makes a decision, fair campaign practices will go into effect. We've included on this slide deck some of those fair campaign practices. I won't go through them, but I've put them on there for your reference and for the public's reference. Okay, and with that, we are happy to take your questions. Thank you for the extra few minutes.
Thank you for the frame, Superintendent Kane. Board directors, we have 20 minutes allotted for this question and answer. And is there anybody who'd like to jump in? Dr. Geiger?
Mr. Ray, I have been told it is an article of faith that when you do this kind of solicited feedback, you get the people who are angry, right? or at least incentivized?
I think you get people who are motivated and want their voice heard. And in this survey, we had, I would say from what I've seen, you have folks who are very supportive and folks who are very unsupportive. What is not heard is maybe people in the middle who are unsure, have questions. So there were very strong opinions on both sides in this survey.
But isn't it strange to have so many fewer strong no opinions than yes opinions in this kind of research?
Well, I think I've seen it all different ways for different districts that I've worked and local governments I've worked on in the past. I would say that there was a very strong outpouring of support for the MLO and support from people in the district who wanted to see the MLO move forward.
Yeah,
Sure.
I would add that I'm not sure if you all noticed, but the link to the feedback form did go out in an employee newsletter as well, so you can just factor that in as well.
Let me put it this way. There's nothing in this feedback that gives us any questions about how the rest of our polling looks.
No, I would still use the polling for what it's meant, and it is a statistically valid poll, which means that has the right balance of all the key demographics in the district, and this feedback survey doesn't. For example, you can see that more females took the survey by a large proportion than males. More, younger people took the survey than older people, this feedback one. So I would say if you're looking for something, as kind of a bellwether to kind of say where this might go, I would still use the survey that Todd Vitale did for that. But I also often say, this is a little bit of sausage making, right? You have lots of information now in front of you, all the great public comments you've heard. This project I worked on, Todd's stuff, what Dr. Kane and others who are in the community, and you all. It's sausage making. You take it all and put it all together and make your decision.
Thank you.
Director Ryan.
Sorry. One of the consistent things that has come up from the community is concerns about the ballot language that's related to the indexing and misunderstanding that ballot language. I don't know if there's help to go through why it has to be that way, why we have to list things the way that they are, like I've talked about before, our legislature's infinite wisdom and why it is that way.
Actually, I forgot to say earlier, so thank you for that reminder. We do have Kim Crawford with us here from Butler Snow, who helped or did put together that ballot language. And of course, she cannot provide legal advice here in open session, but if I could put her on the spot, she might be able to give you a really brief little overview of why it has to look like that. She's willing to come on down here. And we greatly appreciate her taking the time to be here tonight.
Thank you. Kim Crawford with Butler Snow. So do you have specific questions, or is that something?
It was a question about the ballot language and the language specifically surrounding tying it to the School Finance Act and the way that it is written, how it is written, why statutes are in there. I think maybe just a broad overview for the folks that look at that and are confused by the language, the way that it is laid out in there.
Okay. So you're really doing kind of two things with this mill levy override. You are getting a mill levy override, and that's specifically authorized by statute for you to get more money than you would normally be allowed under the School Finance Act. So currently there is a 25% limit on total program funding. So you're only allowed to go to that limit. So that's the highest amount you can go when you do the math to collect extra money. But the state legislature a couple of years ago extended that to adjust for the new school finance formula. So they did a calculation and then they assigned a new limit to each school district in the state. Some of them didn't change, some of them did. Yours changed a little bit and it increased your limit to 28%, but you have to vote that. And you can only vote it until 2030. So there's a very short window of time when that can be voted. So we added that, and I don't. So we're getting the ballot question up, but we need to state specifically in the ballot question the language that allows you to go to that limit. Okay, one back. I'm working on it. Okay, here we go. I saw it. There we go. So the 2254-108 3B6 CRS is the specific statute that allows you to go to that little bit higher limit. So that's why we have that language in there. And the rest of the language is really just your mill levy override language, which says you can use this for general fund purposes, which is the intent of the mill levy override statute. But you can only go up to this limit of 25% unless you vote to go over it.
Director Dinsick?
I don't know if this is a question for you, Ms. Crawford, or for superintendent or whomever, but can you address, there was some misinformation or misunderstandings within the community about how this impacts Tabor. There was a little bit of confusion around whether this is impacting Tabor at all or an exemption from Tabor.
I believe what Director Denzler is asking is someone said that this language gets us around the Tabor cap, but of course that's not.
It's not the truth. It's not the Tabor cap. It's a state law cap. But under Tabor, anytime you increase your revenue over what you made the previous year, you have to vote that. So that's what you're doing here. By allowing you to go to that over, the maximum amount over, I think that's the 54 million, right? The 54 million is, if you are allowed to take all of your prior mill levy overrides and go to a cap, you would be able to collect 54 million more in revenue. And so that's why we have to vote this as a Tabor question, and you have to say, shall taxes be increased? So they have to know that you are increasing taxes by going up to that amount.
Thank you.
President Meek or Director Thompson, we can't see you, but do you have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Director.
I know we're sticking to questions. So the first question I have is, do you mind just expanding on charter allocation and the differences between how that looks with an MLO versus a bond? I just seen some community concerns about how charters were allocated a small proportion of the bond money, and why is that different?
Yes, I sure can. So remembering that the bond is for capital expenses, including capital improvements to buildings. So all of the buildings in the district, including our charter school buildings, underwent the same analysis and were prioritized based on needs and age of the buildings. I mentioned earlier that we haven't built a neighborhood school since 2010. It turns out that many of our charter buildings are actually newer than our newest school district building. So in terms of the prioritization of capital needs based on age of facilities and equipment, that was how it came out for the bond. The mill levy override, of course, is an ongoing revenue source. So we raise this amount every single year. And so we always share our mill levy overrides proportionately with our charter schools. So they serve, our charter schools that are located here in Douglas County serve 24% of our students, and therefore collectively they are allocated 24% of this mill levy override, as well as all of the past mill levy overrides. I hope that helps clarify, Director Thompson.
Thank you. And do you mind touching on our for allocating to charter?
I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask you to repeat that. You cut out.
Yes. Do you mind just expanding on not asking for legal advice, but how we are by state law required to allocate charters.
Do you want me to take? So you are required under state law to share your mill levy overrides with charter schools, and that's a requirement of state law. There is no such requirement for bonds. For bonds, the state legislature really, really wants you to share with your charter schools. So they encourage it. You know, there's a certain process you need to go through. If you're going to share with your charter schools and you don't go through the process, you know, you don't have to go through it. The law did change last year. So if you were having a bond question next year, you really need to start in like January, figuring out what you're going to give your charter schools. They have to present a capital plan. They present it to the board. You have to decide whose needs are most and do a ranking and, you know, post it on your website. So, but still, you don't have to give money to charter schools out of your bond. It's just, that's what the law is. You have to prioritize.
And just to address our last bond, I would remind everyone that the $490 million bond, the majority of that was actually for new construction, for new schools, which, you know, didn't apply. So for the capital needs portion of that bond, it was proportional. So it's just not proportional relative to the entire bond because it was so much new construction.
President Meek, did you have anything?
Sure. I was hoping you could bond plan document. And Superintendent King, could you speak to how MBOC would ensure that these resources are spent prudently and efficiently? Like, how does that work?
Yes, I assume you're referring to the MLO plan document, and Mr. Blair is bringing that up. So we'll get that put up here. There. So this document is the MLO plan. It has the official dollar amounts that are intended to be spent on what at a greater level of detail than the slide deck presented. Does this answer your question, President Meek?
Sure. I was just wondering if you could check how the MBOC committee would work with the district to track these, what that looks like.
I'm going to let CFO Janice Schleissner answer that question.
Hi, I can help with that question. So twice a year, we focus specifically on the mill levy override during budget time when we're building the budgets to make sure that we're adequately addressing current and what would be this new MLO. And then at the end of the year, once the amounts are finalized and we know what we actually spent during the year, we then go through these again and compare a budget to actual expenditures. And the MBOC committee does push back, ask a lot of questions, understand any carryover that we might have from one year to another. So we have very in-depth conversations around that.
Thank you.
Director Geiger?
Coming back around. Now that we have this up, I wonder if Mr. Reynolds might inform us more about the advantage of the curricular investments listed in here, the math programming and the reading programming. I know that we've attributed much of our success in CMAS and standardized reading and standardized math. Is this intended to continue that?
100%. A few things about our curricular investments. As a result of the READ Act, one of our requirements is we have to have a state-approved core program in our elementary schools in order to address that. The state does not provide funding to support that, even though it's required from the state. So part of the funding allocated in this mill levy override would certainly pay for that, along with the accompanying parts for middle schools. And with numeracy, our math core programs, this allocation in the mill levy override would help pay for that core programming that would be available to all of our schools to provide high quality resources to our students.
Okay. And we've talked about return on investment. Have we seen directly that past investments in this kind of programming has a direct effect on increasing test scores?
It certainly is a part of it. The great work that our staff does with our students and our families is a major component, but having high quality resources is certainly something that's supported by our data and also by research as well.
Director Ryan?
One of the other concerns that is reflected by many people in the community is why haven't we yet reached the threshold on being competitive in pay, in covering the things that this MLO is covering? Could you talk a bit as to why our district is a little different in timeline on these MLOs and bonds than our surrounding districts?
Sure. I would say in general in Douglas County, the asks, as this one is, tend to be very modest asks. So, we never went to taxpayers and asked for some massive increase kind of all at once. That would have just finished it. We went for a long period of time in our district after the Great Recession where we either didn't put mill levy overrides on the ballot or we weren't able to pass them. And so during that same period of time, our neighboring districts were passing mill levy overrides. So it takes a little bit to be able to kind of catch up to where our neighboring districts are. So I would say those are the two reasons. And I would love to point out to the community that this $54 million ask is actually less than the ask in 2023. That ask was $66 million.
Superintendent Kane, could you address, I think a lot of folks probably received text messages today with some misinformation about how this money will not reach teachers. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So just like the mill levy override in 2023, the board at that time passed a compensation resolution. This Board of Education will consider a compensation resolution tonight. That compensation resolution ensures that as soon as the ballot initiative is passed, that staff begins to execute on the 4% increases across the board. So our staff, and I think for those who feel that way in 2023, I would encourage them to ask any employee of Douglas County School District if they saw the impact in their paycheck in 2023, because they certainly did. So the raises were in their checks by January to include a retroactive payment to the beginning of the year. So the dollars went directly to staff within a month and a half of the ballot passing. So that is what this compensation resolution would do. It would lock in that staff has to execute on a 4% increase for teachers and staff.
Any other questions?
I don't know if Director Densler wanted to address the DAC resolution that they passed.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, sorry.
The District Accountability Committee did vote to support the mill levy override being placed on the ballot. And we're so grateful for their support and all of the work that all of our committees have done in the past few months, especially. They had a bit of a compressed timeline. They really stepped up, as we talked about last meeting. They gave of their time and their talent and their energy to study this MLO proposal and to give recommendations. And we just are so, so grateful for those in our community who volunteer their time to the district and provided the support in this way. So thank you to the District Accountability Committee. We really appreciate the support, and we know that they're gonna be out there knocking doors should this pass and be on the ballot.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Would this be the time to ask about the function of the resolutions?
You certainly can. It's
Go
scheduled
ahead.
for the next item, so you certainly can.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it would be helpful to clarify what the resolutions are, what they do.
Sure. Mr. Blair, can you bring up the first resolution that puts the question on the ballot? Perfect timing as we go into the resolution section, right? We attached many documents, so we're going to give him a minute. No, that's the polling results. Okay. Mary, are you able to speak over our two terms?
Director Thompson, that's a great transition as we move from section 9.2 to 9.3. Superintendent Kane and staff, we are really grateful for all the work that has gone into preparing this presentation and getting us to the point where we are going to consider the resolution to place the MLO on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot. It is now, if you can't see it, it is now on the screen, and we are now open to a motion to approve the resolution to place a mill levy override issue on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot.
I move.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. We're now open for discussion. Director Geiger and then Director Dinsler.
I really do try to listen to all sides of this. I was surprised at public comments today. I know that some people who opposed this MLO had urged people to come and talk. And I trust, for example, I respect Ms. Wagner, who raised, I think, some good questions. I would have liked to have heard from other people who oppose it, but as usual, they're not here. Certainly, those of us who are terminally online see some opposition, and I'm the one who got the text. I think Director Callahan's characterization of the text as misrepresentation is gentle. There are people out there who are flat out lying about this, and we have to know that. And if people are willing to lie and not put their names on it, that's a reality we have to deal with. I cannot ignore what I heard today and over and all from not just from the people who work for this district, but the people and the students and the parents who rely on it. I cannot imagine getting much more feedback, and this is not my first go-round. I was involved in the 2018 bond. I was involved in the bonds that finally passed. I was involved in the MLOs that finally passed. It is clear to me that although the support is not overwhelming, I don't know that it ever will be, this is the time we have to go. We are getting promises from Washington that the economy is going to get better. Of course, politicians promise a lot of things, but I hope that it will stay solid for the next few months. I think the people of Douglas County understand the value of education. I think one of the reasons they understand the value of education is because the people sitting before me have made it very clear and have provided a highly effective education for the majority of our kids. And I am happy with the MLO priority plan because I think it will also provide assistance to some of the kids that continue to need help. The $5 million for special needs is vital. The programming, I think, is important in a way that will continue to help and continue to raise our CMAS scores. It's not fair to say that I had a lot of questions about this because I've been hearing about this for about a decade now. But I think the presentation has been made. I think the case has been made. I believe it is now time for us to deal with the fact that we have to ask the voters. And we know that some people will lie, and we know that some people will cheat, and we know that some people will yell and scream. And we also know that good people will disagree with us. I've owned a house in this county for 20 years, 25. I pay the property taxes as well. But I think now is the time that we have to do this, or we are not meeting our obligation to the people we are supposed to serve.
Director Dinsler.
So while he was alive, my very conservative father believed in some simple financial truths. He always told me that if you have a home, you need to be proactive in its upkeep. If there are people in your life that you care about, you need to do what you can to help them. And if you want a bright future, you have to invest in it. And though those are micro level suggestions, I think that they apply on a macro level here. If you want to address disparities in athletic programming and facilities across the district, you will vote for this MLO. If you believe in the value of career and technical education, including the phenomenal welding program we heard about tonight, I want to be part of Girls Who Weld, you will vote for this MLO. If you believe educators deserve to make a living wage and we're going to get that much closer, you will vote for this MLO. If you believe in student programming like instrumental music, the middle school teaming model, you will vote for this mill levy. And yes, if you believe in the value of parent choice and our charter schools, you will also vote for this MLO. My family and I will pay an additional $185 a year for all of this. And we will do so knowing that we're investing in our child's educational home, helping our district's educators who we care deeply about, and investing in various programs that will enhance this district's future, where my son will spend the next 12 years of his education. And so tonight, I am voting to advance this MLO. Thank you.
Director Parker?
Yeah, I think this is so hard because there's a huge percentage of the population that can't afford this MLO. And it's not because nobody deserves it, but because they can't afford to live here still. They can't afford to put groceries on their table. And so while I also want to support the MLO, and I can't ignore public comment and the emails we have and the face-to-face conversation, all of the recommendations of the committees, I just feel like they're $300 a year, $100 a year, that might break some people. And so while I do support the MLO, I feel like that has to be said in this discussion. And I'm fortunate enough that $300, $100, $500 a year wouldn't bankrupt me. I'm still able to throw my kids' birthday parties, and I'm still able to go see our family in Nebraska. And that's not the case for some people. And so I just feel like that position has to be talked about right now. And I feel weird because I want it to be reflected in the vote, and I also want to pass the MLO, and so I'm just being really transparent that that's how I feel right now.
I think the best advice I got when I got into the race, even to be on this board, was to listen to who people are focused on when they give you their opinion. The opinions that are focused on increasing the benefit to students are the ones that deserve the attention. And I've tried the entire time I've been sitting up here to make every decision based on what is focused on the students. When I hear the folks that do not support the MLO, I have not heard a single one of those people talk about students. The negative impact is always on themselves, on their households, like Director Parker's bringing up, but I do not hear negative opinions based on the students. Every positive that I have heard is based on the students. That's why I'm leaning in favor of passing the MLO.
President Meek, Director Thompson.
Sure. To turn down my sound. So I did to make informed decisions on behalf of our entire community. And that's really challenging because our community all isn't in one, they're not all in one position. So that's where us making informed decisions really becomes critical. And I have been extremely active in our district for 20 years in various capacities. And about 15 years ago, the district stopped investing, asking the community to invest in our district through bonds and MLOs. And I've seen what happened with that. Over the last 8 years, our community has invested, and I've seen the results of that and the return on the investment for our students and frankly for our community. Several superintendents ago encouraged the board to invest in curriculum, and now we're number one in the metro area in regards to performance. We've invested in CTE, invested in safety, we've invested in counselors for elementary schools, and we've invested in trying to help provide livable wages for our employees. And I see the return on investment in those bonds and MLOs. I feel like we are so close to recovering from a district that really was struggling without any investment for such a long time. So I believe it's my duty as a board director to put this question before the voters and allow our voters to decide whether or not they feel like that is something that they can support. And so that's really what's weighing on me at this point in time.
Dr. Thompson, do you have anything?
I'm going to speak up. Sorry, turning down my volume because President Meek is doing a very great job with an echo speaking, but I cannot think straight when I hear myself 3 times. So this decision, I'm really struggling with it. And the reason I'm struggling with it is there's a lot of feelings attached. And I know that sometimes when you're struggling with how you're feeling about something, it's a good idea to just visit the facts. And so these are the facts that I'm considering in this decision. So first is it's important to make a good faith vote. And like I had mentioned in the last meeting, I recognize that I'm not in the weeds. And while I have concerns about the process and what specific needs were prioritized, it doesn't diminish the fact that we have a lot of ongoing needs and quite a few unmet needs. And so the challenge isn't that we don't need it. The challenge for me was just the process for prioritization. And I think that I struggled with it because, you know, our previous funding asks, I really felt like I came along for the ride. And I felt that way even before my time as elected director. And one way to look at that is that our previous funding asks and efforts, staff really set a high bar. And I see today how much I appreciate and valued that engagement piece. And so my ask is, you know, that we continue to revisit what made that collaboration so successful before as we move through ongoing financial needs, because it doesn't end at this MLO ask or consideration. You know, we are continually reminded of the challenges that we face as a district to be adequately funded. We're going to have a conversation later today about another risk that we have for being able to fund schools. And so it feels like it's constant and it hits from so many different directions. And so it's really important as a district that we are proactive for addressing our financial needs. And this is something we charge our superintendent to do. I will say another thing I've considered is the fact that the efforts and prioritizations by our CFO continue to assess our system and she's always looking to reduce costs and seek out waste. And I am sitting on 2 committees where I get to see that firsthand and the collaborative effort with those committees. As Director or President Meek discussed, you know, this isn't the board deciding to tax the community. We're voting to ask the community to consider being taxed for these things. I was given reassurance at the last board meeting that leadership has the capacity to implement this if it were to pass. And I think probably the thing that speaks the loudest is that we do have evidence of success of planning and implementing quality MLO spending, right? And really making a difference and seeing those outcomes. And I think that that evidence speaks to how much weight that we should put in our leadership and their recommendation.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I want to echo what Director Ryan said. I think he said it very well. For me, this isn't a hard decision at all. I appreciate what is on the back of all of our name tags, which says we're in the children business. And as somebody who gets to sit in classrooms on a daily basis and watch the magic that happens with a educator that is trained and passionate about working with kids, we should pay educators much more than we do. I'm also mindful of the wait lists that were talked about earlier tonight. As a dad with an 8th grader that is looking towards high school and has his heart set on a particular pathway, to run into a wait list and not be able to access that, I know would be heartbreaking for him. And so it's really important to me that those wait lists go away so that all of our young people have access to the pathways that they are passionate about and make them excited to go to school every day. So I would like to now do a roll call to around the motion that was made by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Densler. Director Callahan, aye. Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Proudly aye.
President Meek.
Aye.
Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
Let's go win.
I move to adopt the compensation resolution as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion's now open for discussion.
This is just following through on the promise we just made.
Director Densler.
One of the things that I always brought up when I was campaigning for this role a year ago in the busiest month of, I think, our lives, was to push and fight for teacher recruitment and retention. And though this is a small step in recruiting more teachers and retaining the teachers we have, that's a promise that I will never renege on. And so I'm so excited for the opportunity to increase our educator compensation this year.
I'll now call roll. Director Callahan, aye. Director Densler.
Proudly aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
President Meek.
Aye.
Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. And we will now recess. It is 7:40. We will reconvene at 7:55. We are reconvened following recess. Do we have a motion to move 9.6 to 9.5 so that our friends from STEM can get home to their families?
So move.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. We are open for discussion. Seeing none, I will take roll. Director Callahan, aye. Director Dinsler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
President Meek?
Aye.
Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. We will jump into the STEM homeschool enrichment request. We're going to start with a 10-minute presentation followed by 10 minutes of Q&A.
Thank you, directors. I want to go on record. I'm Gordon Mosier. I am not a employee of STEM, but I also appreciate you moving the agenda because that was nice too. So I want to speak on that behalf too. Appreciate the opportunity, again, making a presentation on an application from STEM School Highlands Ranch to expand their programming. I'll go into some details on that as we talk as it related to board policy LBDR1, but this is a short presentation. On the agenda, you also have the staff recommendation with the areas of the expansion application identified and the staff recommendation under each one of those with the overall at the end. So board policy LBDR1, this is the language there that says that for a charter school who is authorized by Douglas County School District to expand the scope by adding grade levels or major programmings at an existing location, these are the criteria that must be met. The charter school must be in operation for at least 3 years, demonstrating standards in academics, finance, operations, and governance. We do that through our yearly annual reports and monitoring systems and our consistent renewals. And there must be active, clear, documented, demonstrated demand for that program expansion. And again, the process, I want to be clear, and in our policy, it says that an expansion application can be made at any time. So these can fall outside of that window that we have between the state regulation of February 1 to April 1, and that's why you're considering this application at this time. The program structure and overview, these are things pulled from the application, just high level what it looks like and how it works. Again, this is supplemental enrichment, so by definition, homeschool enrichment in the state of Colorado, the educator, the primary educator responsible for the education is the parent at home. That is the objective of homeschool education. The parent does that. They're responsible for the testing. They're responsible for the academic programming. They're responsible to keep the attendance records of their student. They're responsible for all of those elements. The enrichment comes in when a student applies to a school who can offer homeschool enrichment. The students then come in for either 1 or 2 days a week, and they have to meet a minimum of 90 hours of attendance in that per semester. So we have to keep records of that they have 90 hours of cumulative attendance that are engaged in that academic programming of enrichment, and the state of Colorado then gives half of the per pupil revenue to that agency who's offering that homeschool enrichment. Some schools do different things. They might give, in this instance, they're offering hands-on science engineering, robotics, engaging project-based learning, projects that the students are working on that might supplement the work that they're doing at home, and they can work as a conduit between the family at home and the school entity. Other homeschool enrichments might provide all of the curriculum to the parents at home. That's what we do in our Cloverleaf Enrichment School. We give the parents all of the curriculum and all of the consumables and manipulatives that they'll need to teach their child at home if they come in that 1 day per week. So there's some flexibility in how you offer those programs, and you can see here what STEM is going to have in their program overview. I do want to point out that the location, there is a building there's a physical address. We do in the contracts, the charter contracts have the authorization to say where your homeschool enrichment is located. Our current charter schools who do enrichment programs are Platte River Academy and Academy Charter School. Those are identified in their contracts as saying you are authorized to do homeschool enrichment at these locations. And that is the ask that STEM is coming to you today. They would be located at that building already owned by STEM. It's adjacent to the current STEM K-12, right there next to the building in Highlands Ranch. The application was submitted to Douglas County May 21st. We did go through our review process, bringing in different departments in the district, primarily finance. Our finance team looking through the budget analysis, looking through the projections, looking through any impacts with the audits. The STEM team did a very nice job of submitting an application to us. Those things were all done and reviewed. STEM continued with their outreach to families to build demand throughout the summer and in fall, developing those programs. You can see that they're using it as an extension of their existing programming, so they're using elements of the STEM existing framework and passing that into the homeschool enrichment, and the documented demand there for you. They do have 22 preview day participants and 22 formal pre-enrollment commitments across those grade levels K-8. So we're talking about a pretty small starting here. The projected enrollment for this year, as you can see, is 20 students. So we're talking about a pretty small program operated in an existing facility using existing staff. So the scope of this is pretty small when you look at how much needs to be done and what are the impacts of the budget and what are the impacts to the school. So you can see there as well that the facilities costs, as I mentioned, they're using pre-existing. They own the building that they're using. It houses their COSIN school staff as well as some P-TECH classrooms. So it's already set up for student engagement. They're already ready to go with those things. It's going to be managed through their COSIN schools. That's STEM's management parent organization that oversees their kind of their HR department and their leadership streams. They're doing a good job with all their tracking. Governance, it will be governed by the existing school executive director, but then also overseen by the COSIN schools and by the governing board that's already in place there at STEM. Led by a homeschool director overseeing daily operations, so that person will be doing that work and making sure that they report back to their existing executive director and making sure that the program alignment. Enrollment model using Colorado educators already working in STEM fields, and you can see the student-teacher ratios here. Again, pretty low and really focused on projects, robotics, things that they're going to be using. So after review of the application and all submitted materials, the review is done consistent with our expansion application reviews. We brought in our different department leads to do their analysis, made a formal recommendation to Cabinet. The Cabinet recommendation then carries on to you as a staff recommendation to approve the application of the expansion to include homeschool enrichment in the charter contract for STEM School Highlands Ranch. At this time, entertain any discussion and questions, and I do have the leadership team from STEM here if there are questions that you have that are out of the scope of the application, or if there's questions that you have that they may be better answers.
Thank you for the presentation. That's really helpful. Directors, we have 10 minutes, so just about one question per director. Director Ryan.
I know the answer to this because I visited, but I wanted to give you guys the chance to talk about this space and what it's being used for now, or what it was being used for that's now going to transfer into the homeschool enrichment.
Yeah, the space is used for our P-TECH classes and also our admin staff. Our admin team is actually moved to a different location, which has opened up that whole side of the building completely. And so we have half of our 12,000 square feet that's completely ready to be used for the homeschool enrichment program, plus 3 classrooms that aren't used every day because the high school kids are on a block schedule. So we have adequate space this year to do the Tuesday, Thursday program.
Thank you.
President Meek, Director Thompson.
Great, thank you. My question Well, first off, it sounds like a really interesting and wonderful opportunity, and a valuable service. I was able to attend the ribbon cutting at Cloverleaf last week and seeing how much the families really value the opportunity to come in and have the homeschool enrichment. So my questions are more around the way the financial aspects work. And Gordon, you explained it a little bit around the 90 hours of attendance. And I'm just curious, is it tied to an October count? Where is it in October when the school would receive funding for the students? And then what happens if a student decides not to continue in the program? Because I noticed on the budget, and if you want to pull the budget up, it's pretty tight budget. If you lose just one student, it just looks like it might be really hard to continue with all of the programming.
Thank you for the question. With the accountability that we have for our attendance, so we handle, as we do for all of our charter school attendance records, we're the LEA, and so we do that data collection through our admissions and student information team, formerly SDES. And so we work with their IC, their Infinite Campus submissions. There are requirements that are new this year due to a little bit of more oversight by the state looking at attendance. So there is a code that is designated, it's not part-time, but it's specific to a homeschool student. So that homeschool student, they have a code in Infinite Campus that is tied to their student identification number. When they have to be assigned a course in the school, we've gone through a lot of these steps with the STEM team to get them up to speed and ready if you do move that forward so that they can have those students coded correctly, and it is based on the October count and as they move through. So what happens if a student is down the road that doesn't get in, I don't know exactly what that is. I think it would be consistent with how every other student in the district is. If they're in the building in that October count window, then the funding is received, and then the funding doesn't move between schools. It goes to the school where they receive that PPR.
So if the student changed their mind before the October count, then that would be like a 5% enrollment drop. I guess my question would be, are you able to move forward if you lost even one student before that October count?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Like
Looking at the balance being $2,600. So a couple things to address is Michelle's done a great job at just staying in touch with our families. If you've been watching the homeschool enrichment with the state level, there's been a lot of change since May 14th in terms of programs that are offered. So there's a lot of families looking for places to go. In fact, when we told them we wouldn't know if we would be able to open it or not until August 25th, I thought everyone would say they would go somewhere else, but they responded and said, we don't have anywhere else to go, so we hope you get authorized. And so we have 26 people ready to go. We also have more people calling. And so once, I don't think we're going to lose, based on just the recent conversations we have, we won't be below that 22 number. The other thing we've done is just, if we needed to, our purchase services, we could waive all of that because we're part of the shared services with Cozon. So that's $24,500 that we wouldn't have to charge to the school. Also the director, we wouldn't have to hire a director. We're doing that. So our director of curriculum instruction is our homeschool director this year. We hope to hire someone in January. We wouldn't have to hire that. So that's another $7,500 we could save. We also, if we dropped by like 10 students, that's a $60,000-ish cut. We wouldn't hire one of the teachers, so that's $27,500 we wouldn't incur there as well. And so there's a built-in contingency. So when I added all that up, that's about $62,000 we could save, which would be 10 kids not coming. But we don't foresee that happening. The other thing is we do lose money, like with some of our programs at the school, like our best robotics. It's really valuable to us, so we budget in that we help it go every year because it's a tier 1 club. Some of our athletic programs, when they first start, we lose money on them for the first couple of years. So this is a program that if we needed to, we could take a little bit of a loss in the first year to make sure that it gets going over the next couple of years. I will say we're starting it for the main reason that people have been asking for it. Like, they've been reaching out. Homeschool has grown by 80% in the state of Colorado in the last 5 years. So it's a direction families are going, and we want to just serve that need.
Is it all right if I go?
Please.
So the question that I have, it's actually pretty basic. Could you guys just explain what is the actual ask here? What is the homeschool enrichment? What is a homeschool enrichment program? And I just want to make sure that the public is able to follow along on this ask.
Yeah, I think I could answer that, and then if there's anyone else that wants to jump in, again, a homeschool enrichment is an authorized enrichment program where, again, the primary education lies with the parent at home. Homeschool law in Colorado is actually very strong in that area and guarantees those rights to the parent. So there are no academic testing required for a homeschool student. Another thing would be students with special services or special needs. A homeschool enrichment program, that is something that parents would actually forego if they were to enroll. There's no obligation of a school to provide services of a student who has those special needs in a homeschool enrichment program. So that program piece doesn't have to be met. Now, that doesn't mean you can do some things, and I would say that we have in probably all of our homeschool enrichment students that are mild, moderate needs and have things, but it's not we don't staff with an EA per se, or we don't give a one-on-one in those situations. Those are program things that, again, you're only getting half of the dollars to help educate that student. So there's a little bit of flexibility there, but the biggest pieces are that there's a requirement that you're engaged in curriculum. There's new laws that are saying that you can't provide something to a homeschool enrichment student that's above and beyond what a normal student experience would be. So you can't do things that are completely out in left field. Let's say provide horseback riding lessons. If that's not something you do for every other kid, then you don't get to use the state's money to do that with a homeschool enrichment student, for example. But if you're doing things for enrichment like robotics and project-based learning and things that you do for your other students anyways, you can bring those students in, and as long as they get the 90 hours of attendance, and that's documented in the same way that we do with every other system, then you get those dollars to teach that enrichment system. Did I answer the question?
You did, thank you.
Director Densler.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this to the board. As we all know, I think not every student is successful with every teacher. Not every family is a good fit for every school. And when that's the case, like, we want those kids to stay in Douglas County, even if it's through, a half-time or part-time, like homeschool enrichment. Like, I'm so excited that these students get to stay in our district, by some measure. And I think that it's really, really important. And STEM obviously is such a fantastic example of what choice and what innovation and what parent communities and all of the great things that we think about when we think about competition and innovation and just everything good that we want for our students. So I appreciate you guys being here. I think this is really exciting. And I'm really excited to see what happens for these kids.
Is there a motion to approve the STEM homeschool enrichment request?
So move. Second.
We have a motion and a second.
And you do have a resolution, I'm sorry, Director Callahan, there's a resolution that's attached there that would be appropriate to vote on.
Move we adopt the resolution of the Board of Education, Douglas County School District approving STEM charter school expansion as attached to the agenda.
And the
Do we need to
second would
modify?
accept the friendly amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
We now have a motion and a second on the resolution. We're now open for discussion.
Sorry, I don't, just making sure we have the process right. Are we supposed to accept the friendly amendment, the person who made the original
did.
motion?
I seconded and I accepted it.
And I accept the friendly
Okay,
amendment.
thank you. It's hard to hear what's happening.
No problem. I will now take roll call. Director Callahan. Aye. Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
President Meek.
Aye.
Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
So real quick, I want to say thank you to Gordon for reviewing it over the summer and for hearing our applications. So thank you, and to Michelle for all of her great work. So thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. So we're now going to move back to item 9.5, the proposed Castle Rock ordinance discussion. Tonight, we are discussing Castle Rock Ordinance 2026-27, which passed its first reading on August 18th and fundamentally alters how developer-dedicated land and cash fees for schools are managed. If enacted, the ordinance would allow the town to divert school-dedicated funds and lands to general municipal uses, impose unrealistic preconditions for land transfers, and reclaim school property if a facility isn't built within 3 years. These changes severely restrict our ability to build new schools in fast-growing Castle Rock neighborhoods. The board had an executive session earlier tonight to receive legal advice on this topic. Superintendent Kane has requested a meeting with town leadership to delay the final reading and seek a collaborative resolution. We have 15 minutes allocated for this discussion, and I'll hand it over to Superintendent Kane.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the introduction to this important topic. Under the current municipal code, when developers build in Castle Rock, they dedicate land or pay fees specifically for schools to accommodate growth. These resources are held in trust by the town, and then they must be used for their intended public purposes. The current code protects our students, current and future, by ensuring that the district has access to resources critically important to serve our students. Ordinance 2026-027, which was read on first reading by Castle Rock last week, dismantles those protections in 6 ways. First, it allows the town to divert land previously deeded in trust for schools for entirely different purposes. Second, it forces impossible procedural hoops on the district to acquire property that it may need to build the schools necessary to serve Castle Rock students. Third, it blocks access to school funds necessary to acquire school sites or address growth unless the district can prove it already has money to build on a particular site. A requirement that for all practical purposes will not be possible for the district to meet because funding can only be secured through a bond election, and a bond election, voters would have a hard time voting in a bond election for a site that the district does not have secured. Fourth, it lets the town take money that developers paid for schools and spend it however it wants, instead of for school infrastructure purposes. Fifth, it imposes a 3-year construction deadline with automatic forfeiture, but building a school takes 4 to 6 years at minimum, again, anticipating that we have to go to the voters for a bond election. And just to use Sterling Ranch as an example of that, we first went to the voters in 2022 for approval of building a new school in Sterling Ranch. We weren't able to secure that funding until 2024, and the school will not be completed until 2027. So that, for example, under Castle Rock's ordinance, that site would have been automatically forfeited. Sixth, it empowers the town council to permanently convert school land to parks without any kind of compensation to the school district. Land dedications and cash in lieu fees are the only mechanisms that our school district has to offset the impact of new development on school capacity, safety, transportation, and many other things. A new elementary school costs approximately $70 million. Middle and high schools exceed $200 million. Meanwhile, our bond levy has dropped from 15.43 mils in 2014 to just 5.2 mils today. Without these development-funded resources, we simply cannot build facilities for incoming students, let alone serving the families that are already there. And I'm going to bring COO Millay. Maybe you'll come sit up here at the table so that we can address any questions that the Board of Education might have.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Director Ryan?
I think I want to add to the Sterling Ranch idea, because that was the amount of time it took from passing bond to building the school. However, the space was identified for Sterling Ranch quite a bit before that. I think Director Geiger and possibly Superintendent Kane can weigh in on that, given longstanding LRPC member over here.
Yes, that site was dedicated for quite some time, prior to us even going out for the 2022 bond.
And the change that Castle Rock has halfway implemented already says that after 10 years, by not identifying that, we would have lost. Is that what would have happened in Sterling Ranch even before the bond went? How long did we have it before then?
I'm sorry, I don't have the dates in front of me, so I can't speak specifically. Perhaps Director Geiger can.
I don't know what it was. I can probably find that.
I would be speculating, but in our dialogue with Sterling Ranch regarding those properties last fall, it was over 10 years. The property was, yeah. So that comment was made by representatives of Sterling Ranch that it had been over 10 years since that property had been. I don't think they used the word dedicated, but so yes.
So you are correct, Director Ryan, that would have been an automatic forfeiture of the site before we were able to build a school for the students. The sites are dedicated when the development is empty. And so, of course, you're not building a school right away because the people, the houses, the children have to come to that development, and that building and development takes some time before there would be enough students to practically build a school. And at that time, again, we'd have to identify a bond election. We'd have to have a site secured, which we could not under this ordinance, and then go out to the voters.
Director Geiger.
As most of you know, I was serving on the Long Range Planning Committee since 2014, and I know we've talked about that Sterling Ranch site well before that. I know that we've talked about a lot of the sites that Castle Rock is looking at as potential places. As a matter of fact, at one point we were looking at putting a Crystal Valley Elementary School on a bond, I think, and it did not pass. The time periods are what most concerns me. I understand that Castle Rock may be concerned about plots of land sitting unused, although they never go unused. They are always used by the community. They are always trafficked by the community. But to the idea that we can hold land for only 10 years, our planning doesn't work that way. And as the superintendent just pointed out, those kids may not exist. 10 years ago, there weren't enough kids in Sterling Ranch to justify a school. 5 years ago, an argument could be made that there weren't enough kids in Sterling Ranch to justify a school. We have to plan 20 years in advance because that is how communities grow and that's how communities live. And I don't expect, and I don't want to accuse Castle Rock City Council of acting in bad faith, but they don't seem to understand the planning process and how far out this has to go. And if with this 10-year automatic and essentially unappealable return, kids could get left without schools. People who bought houses who had promises that there would be schools there. And it's not the city of Castle Rock that's going to be judged on that. It's whether or not we built the schools we should have. And given how schools are funded, given the challenge of building schools, given the costs always go up, I am concerned that this proposal fails to fully understand the development of schools. And I hope that the Castle Rock City Council will take a breath and think for a moment. Now, the Douglas County School District has consistently worked with municipalities, worked with the Board of County Commissioners, that if land is not going to be used and not foreseeably going to be used, to convert it to other purposes. Topher Park for a number of years in Highlands Ranch was designated as a school site. We've now transferred it over. Highlands Ranch Metro District has made an excellent park there. We've done that in other places. There is no doubt that if Castle Rock comes to Douglas County and says, hey, there's this plot of land, are you intending to use it? Do you think, or can we start converting it to a park, that we would engage in that in good faith? This is not something for policy. It is something for an individual discussion between two governing bodies. And I am concerned that the Castle Rock city council is taking steps that will in the long term hurt students and families in Castle Rock?
I mean, I agree, Director Geiger. I mean, when we're talking about growing communities, right, we want to ensure that the infrastructure is in place, and that is the responsibility of town council. I do have an add-on question that's kind of within the same theme. When we are selecting a plot of land to build a school, so there's a lot of considerations. We talked about you have to have enough kids that need a school, right, to justify building a school. But there's a whole process in the selection of which plot of land we're going to use. And that includes going out and really understanding like what that land looks like and how a site could be built, you know, because I know that we've looked at places we thought we might want to build a school, but then later identified it wasn't really a good spot to build a school. So my question is, you know, how does this ordinance impact our process just for selecting a plot of land to build?
Director Thompson, this is COO Malay speaking. So every site is a bit of a unicorn, but developers typically are the ones who identify the plots of land, and then we, through our internal planning processes and in collaboration with LRPC, make a determination on how we want to put that land to work. And some of the factors are the roadway system that is built around that land, which then also creates concern. So if they don't have roads that are going to provide good access to this site, the distance from an existing school, the slope and grade of the site. Unfortunately, the school district doesn't always get the choicest properties donated or dedicated to us to build on. So it is challenging sometimes on some of the parcels of land that we receive, and it costs more to build on them. And the two amazing schools that we're building right now, our site costs were high on both of those. So we would not be able to have a voice at the table should this ordinance move forward as written to make that case. We would be left with what was given to us.
If I could. Yeah, I just want to correct something I said a few minutes ago. It wouldn't be an automatic forfeiture. It would go to a hearing for forfeiture.
Director Ryan?
I know Director Geiger just talked about we would be open to having these conversations. Did Dave Corliss, town manager, or did any of the members of town council, Mayor Gray, did anybody come and try to speak with the district about giving up properties that were there, identifying properties that should go elsewhere before taking this action?
We have had multiple conversations with town staff indicating that we are happy to sit down and look at properties and talk to them about those properties to provide some certainty for their citizens.
Superintendent Kane, I think Director Ryan was asking if there were conversations before the ordinance came forward. I'm wondering, did anyone from the town of Castle Rock, town council or mayor come and speak with the staff before putting forward their ordinance?
We were not provided with a copy of the ordinance or able to have any kind of two-way discussion regarding the ordinance. We heard a couple of times, once a year and a half ago or so, and once more recently from the town manager that they wanted to do something, but we were not able to talk about specifics or have any kind of negotiation.
And I see that you posted on the agenda a couple of communications. Have you received any kind of response back from those communications?
Thank you for asking, President Meek. We have not received a response back to either communication.
Director Tensler?
So I know that I'm very concerned by this. If there are parents or families in Castle Rock, my mic is a little grumpy tonight. my child says this night, and I've adopted that. But if there are families that are concerned in Castle Rock, is there any option or venue for them to express their opinions or learn more about this?
Try this one.
Yeah, is there a venue or an opportunity for them to ask more questions about this, voice maybe concern through public comment? What are our Castle Rock families' options if they're concerned about this?
Yeah, the Castle Rock Town Council's next meeting is on Tuesday, September 2nd. I'm so sorry, on Tuesday, September 1st, and they do accept public comment. That is when they will be considering a second reading of this ordinance.
Director Geiger.
Just to clarify, someone had asked earlier, on the 2015-2016 capital, as master capital plan, both of the school sites in Sterling Ranch were already indicated as potential sites.
All right, that concludes the
So
time that we.
before,
Go
do you
ahead,
mind
Brett.
if I jump in
Yeah, go ahead,
before we
President.
move? Would it make sense for us to direct Superintendent Kane to actually draft one more letter to Mayor Gray and the town council with some of our thoughts?
I think it would make sense to draft a letter that the superintendent finds an appropriate response to the fact that we haven't had a response to the other two and the actions that the town is taking. I think leaving that up to the superintendent is probably the best choice.
Yes, given the nature of the ordinance, I think it would make sense to have our outside counsel draft a letter that expresses our concerns.
Would it also make sense to offer an invitation to have our board sit down with the town council and talk through this? Talk through the concerns.
We can
I
certainly.
know. Go ahead, sorry.
We can certainly add that to the letter.
I mean, I think it would make sense if only two of us could be there. That would be Director Parker and I, since we live there.
Or have a public meeting between both entities. I mean, either is fine with me. I just think it's really important to emphasize that, you know, the town and the school district share the same families and the same community. This really shouldn't be a town versus school district. It should be about how we can responsibly plan for the long-term needs of Castle Rock families. I think we have the same interests. And I think it's essential that we have an opportunity to just sit down and talk before decisions are made to make sure that each entity is really understanding the implications of any of the challenges that are trying to be addressed and the implications of moving forward without having any kind of conversations. I don't think conflict is our preference. I think our preference is really just to sit down and work through what the town was looking to try to achieve through that ordinance and see how we can work together to preserve the best interest for our community. I mean, that's what we're all elected to do. And I would love to see a letter emphasizing all of those points.
Thank you. President Meek, is there anything else before we move to the policy governance section of our agenda?
No, as long as Superintendent Kane has what she needs.
Superintendent Kane?
I do. So my understanding is that we will have our attorney draft a letter with our concerns and specific areas of the ordinance. I believe I will write a second letter to go on top of that letter that expresses the desire of the district and the Board of Education to work collaboratively with the town council, offers our Castle Rock representatives to meet with a couple of town council representatives, or for both bodies to meet together in a public meeting and just talking about preserving the best interests of the community that we both share. So I believe we will send two letters.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. We'll now move to section 10.1, policy IKF, our second reading. We have 10 minutes open for discussion. Do any of the directors have questions, or are we ready to move directly to a motion?
I think just one that was raised when we did our community outreach. I noticed someone had asked about, does full-time student, if they're attending classes at multiple high schools, would that still count for graduation? Are they still allowed to graduate from their main school? I think I know the answer to the question, but it was raised, and so.
Sorry, could you quickly repeat that for me as well?
Yeah, the question that was raised by a community member was, this full-time student is obviously tied to the law, and they can look up the direct section that comes from, but I just want to, there was a fear, I think, expressed that if a student is taking classes, say at Legacy, and or enrolled in another of our pathways at a different high school, would those still count toward being a full-time student, or does that take them out of the running of being a full-time student?
No, it's a fantastic question. And so part of the shift that we made in aligning bell schedules was around ensuring we had placeholders identified in Infinite Campus in a schedule that would actually count for those courses that they'd be taking at whether it be Legacy Campus or a different high school. So it would count towards their full-time status.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think we received a question asking what graduating class will be the first affected by this. And I believe the answer was the class of 2027. Is that accurate?
I'm getting a thumbs up. Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Ready for motion? Move to adopt policy IKF as amended.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. We are now in discussion. Seeing none, I'll take roll. Director Callahan, aye. Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
President Meek.
Aye.
Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. We'll now move to 10.2, approving board committee priorities. And just a quick question to directors. Would it be, is the preference to have a vote after each committee's updates, or can we go through all the updates and do one vote at the end?
I think it makes sense to do the latter, but I will say Director Thompson will need to fill in FOC changed because we asked CFO Slicner to weigh in, and so our suggestions changed a little bit, but after that, I think it makes more sense to go through each one and then do a bulk approval.
Okay, so we will have some time for each committee representatives to go through any comments or edits. And then we will do an approval process at the end. We're going to start with the DAC, and Director Densler and Parker, would you like to make some comments on the edits?
Sure. Director Parker, feel free to jump in at any time. We had a robust conversation with the District Accountability Committee over their priorities. This is a very detail-oriented group that really enjoys vocabulary, and I love that about them. So for one thing, we engaged with them over the question of number 3, give advice to increase parent engagement. We had said at the previous board meeting that maybe they would want to add school accountability committee communication to that. And there was a lot of discussion around, does parent engagement include school accountability committees, or is that a separate entity? Ultimately, the District Accountability Committee ended on, or decided that school accountability committees do fit within that parent engagement framework, but they are committed to increasing their outreach to school accountability committees this year. So that was sort of the caveat there. So they didn't add language to number 3, but there is sort of an internal desire to increase their outreach to SACs. And then last year, there was a 5th priority, which was learn about the new strategic plan in areas that align with the DAC's key priorities. We did change that. Ultimately, we moved that as a priority sort of on the top half of the sheet that you see, the appendix there, and moved that down to be one of the bullet points that's sort of other DAC topics or areas. It's not necessarily a priority because they're not necessarily learning about the new strategic plan. They've already engaged quite robustly with the strategic plan. However, the strategic plan informs DAC's key priorities, and so there's always going to be a level of engagement there. So they removed that as priority number 5. There are 4 priorities now for this school year.
Thank you. We'll now move to the FOC, Director Thompson and Ryan. Do you have any comments or edits?
Yes. So, first, thank you to our committee chair and co-chair for meeting with Director Ryan and myself. It was a really great conversation. I enjoy the priority process and thinking about how contributions have looked over the year. And in one of the goals of the way that the priorities are shaped was really being intentional about governance, right? So what is related to our governance role as a board and how our committees could help serve and support our governance role. And so some of the edits you're seeing are just precision in language and being more specific and making sure that we're staying within that governance lane. And then we do have 3 points where we would like to make revisions. I believe you guys have a handout that, because we just didn't have enough time to add them to the agenda. I'm going to read them off though for transparency purposes. So one of them was under review the budget best practices. We want to expand that one to say review budget and finance best practices, internal controls, and then the rest of the language stays the same. So it's adding and finance, and then after best practices, including the internal controls as part of the review. The next one was under provide an annual presentation. So when we originally wrote this piece, it was looking at, that format could be whatever format fit the committee. And this is just being more precise again in the language. So it could be a presentation, it could be a report. The idea is that the modality fits what the committee would like to do to give a report on their, summarizing their work for the year. And then the next one was assessing the needs for funding. And so we've updated that one to say assess long-term fiscal needs and potential funding options in collaboration with staff, including associated community impacts and strategic trade-offs, and then provide recommendations to the board as appropriate. So those are the adjustments from what's posted on the agenda. And again, as Director Ryan, I believe, pointed out, was that, we had a short timeline to work in, and I appreciate that we were able to send it to staff and get some feedback and clean up the language even more.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Do you want to go ahead and jump right into MBOC and any updates you have there?
Yep. So the changes to MBOC, again, it's the same concept, just being a little bit more precise in our language and the role. Additionally, we added MLO plan to the language. We have current MLOs they're reviewing and really thinking about what does that look like for, the role of MBOC and being just explicit in our priorities. And so that's one of the adjustments or larger adjustments that were made to the priorities here. And then I don't know if Director Callahan, if there's anything else you want to add.
No, I think you covered it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say we added to both FOC and MBOC that annual report to the board. I do think that would be great language to have across committees, because that's kind of that communication piece. Like, every committee communicates to the board a little bit differently and at different timeframes, but having some sort of annual recap of the work, I think would be of great value for us, even through this like priority planning process, like having something that we're referencing about how the work shaped for the year, really helps us with understanding like what's the appropriate load and like how directives from the board are shaping out for our committees. So
Great.
I like that recommendation, which means adding that to the DAC, which is the one we've discussed so far that doesn't have it. I'm wondering if you all feel the DAC would be agreeable to that. From my past experience, I think they would, but I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I'm getting nods from Director Densler and Parker.
Okay.
And President Meek and Director Parker, would you all like to jump into any SAG updates?
I'm happy to. So if we look at the red line document for SAG, item number 1, it was really just adding an emphasis on reaching out to try to get to all high schools and making sure that they have diverse representation on SAG. They had their kickoff Monday night, and they are working so hard. They're so excited. I think there's over 110 student applications, and all high schools are represented. So they're working really hard on that already, and that's being archived here in the priorities document. And let's see, the other major item in here was updating the student-led focus areas. These are recommendations from the students based on their survey that they did to all the students, and it was moving from 4 focus groups to 6 focus groups. And those are really the major changes in the priorities document. And instead of the annual presentation, just as a reminder, we have the twice a year board roundtable discussions with them. Director Parker, am I forgetting anything?
No, I don't think so. No. I was just so excited to have all the high schools represented already. It was so cool at the Echo Stadium yesterday.
I like that is outlined in the priorities, that addition. And it definitely has me thinking like if we're actively addressing any barriers for participation like transportation. So just throwing that out. I'm sure it's already been a thought, but
good one.
Thank you. We'll move to the LRPC and Director Geiger and Ryan with any updates.
We haven't had a chance to speak with leadership. We were planning on doing so yesterday at our special meeting, or at least talking to them afterward. We were way more focused on the topic that was brought up, which was the Castle Rock ordinance, and did not have a chance to talk with them. So my request would be that we have a little more time to do that between now and the next business meeting, and we can present something then.
Yeah. I do want to add, since it didn't get mentioned during the Castle Rock discussion, is that the LRPC, on about 2 days' notice, met for an hour and a half last night to discuss concerns about the Castle Rock. Created a number of suggestions that I think the superintendent has that I would expect will be shown in the letter to Castle Rock. I always joke that LRPC not only cares about looking at the forest, they look at the trees, and then they look at the needles on the trees. And that was what they did last night, and I think it was extraordinarily helpful to everyone. So I do want to make sure LRPC is acknowledged. It just felt excessive to ask them then to talk about policies when we'd already been there an hour and a half on an emergency meeting.
Understood and fair enough. Is there a motion to approve the priority updates from the DAC, FOC, MBOC, and SAG at this time?
I so move with the addition to the DAC priorities as listed, the report back to the board, and of course with the modifications in the FOC as listed by Director Thompson.
Second.
Yeah, so my recommendation would be for them all to say that presentations or report.
Director Geiger, do you accept that friendly amendment?
I would, yes. I would say with the addition, what did we use in, what did you use in annual report?
The FOC, the way it's written for the FOC.
So
And I can say it again out loud if it's helpful.
provide an annual presentation or report to the board summarizing the committee's
And then
work,
committee's
findings, and recommendations from the prior year.
So DAC would be amended to add that language as well. And with that, I would move to adopt the listed committee priorities.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We're now in discussion. Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan? Aye. Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
President Meek?
Aye.
Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We now move to 10.3, Community Connection Plan Approval. I'll hand it to Director Densler.
Thank you so much. So this follows a conversation that we had at our July 25th retreat, and also a little bit of the conversation we had on August 11th when we were discussing the CASB charter resolution. So here I have, well, one specific date is the charter school leaders on the 31st, of course, and then proposed sort of more vague dates, just depending on availability and where we can, like venue scheduling and things like that. But these are the proposed dates for different engagements with different ownership groups. So we did talk at the board retreat about having 2 different meetings with elementary families, elementary student families, one in person and one online, just because obviously childcare can be prohibitive for those elementary families to join. So we did want to offer an online option. That will be after winter break. We wanted the in-person before winter break, so I tentatively said that could happen somewhere around November. It seems a little ambitious. It might be subject to change just because it's going to be a busy fall. And then we had 2 other ownership groups that we really wanted to meet with coming out of the July 25th retreat, and that was sort of, for lack of a better term, like a multicultural stakeholder event where we can really lean on our amazing staff in the culture and languages it has a more formal name than that, but culture and languages to help with outreach to families in groups that we may not hear from all the time. Additionally, the Interfaith Alliance of Douglas County has reached out to us a couple times and really, really wants to engage with us. So we thought that that would be a great opportunity to not only get that organization, but other representatives from other faith organizations within Douglas County to help us reflect on the student experience, the family experience, and the stakeholder experience. Action items for tonight are for the board to approve this sort of rough schedule, as well as the groups that I've indicated there at the top. And then also to take a look at, hopefully you had time to look at these in preparation for this meeting, but no shade if not. We do need to narrow down the questions that we are going to engage with charter school leaders over, and then we also have some questions just for the other stakeholder groups. I imagine that the conversation we have with charter school leaders is going to be quite different than the conversation we have with, say, elementary school families, which is why they're not all the same questions. I felt like that was appropriate given the context. And I did reach out to the other members of the board to request recommendations for that charter school conversation. And so I tried to compile as many as I could. I have some recommendations on what I think would be interesting for the charter school convening from this list, but I do want to open it up to discussion to see if there are any sort of overriding themes.
Director Ryan?
I think the ones that stand out to me is probably the most important to talk about are the Imagine the Charter Schools Act was being written for the first time today. Based on everything you've learned over the past 30 years, what would you keep, what would you change, and why? I think that's the most helpful for exactly what happened with the resolution. What do you wish the board or district understood better about the process of opening a charter? I think that is an important insight that we can get directly from those folks. And there was one more that stood out, and now I've lost it. Oh, what aspects of Colorado's charter authorization process work well today? What aspects create unnecessarily challenges? I think those are the ones that stuck out to me.
I would add the school choice question as well. So what does school choice mean to you? I think that would provide some helpful insight.
I think it's also important to, I think we heard some of it tonight, just give the charter school community a chance to react to the resolution itself and share share some feelings around that. And I think the questions here are helpful, and I think it's important that folks have a opportunity to respond and react to the resolution itself.
Director Densler, do you have a proposed flow? Do you know how many people are planning to be there? How many directors are planning to be there?
These are some great questions. I don't have an understanding or any sort of idea of how many charter leaders are slated to attend. I know that I will be there. I know that we chose the 31st because it seemed to have the most availability, but offhand, I can check the calendar as well, but offhand, I'm not sure how many other directors will be there.
I can be there.
Yeah, I know we chose the 31st because it seemed like the best fit for most everyone. And I do know from past planning, like trying to figure out focus group tables, you know, kind of needing to know how many people are going to be able to lead those various conversations.
It looks like Director Geiger has RSVP'd, Director Meek, Director Ryan, and myself. So it's at least a majority of the board.
I won't be there.
Okay. And Director Callahan just said that he will be there as well. So there should be 6 of us there. I'm sorry, there was another portion of your question and I have forgotten it.
No, I think that's great. Thank you. And I concur with the questions that have been suggested.
Director Callahan, do you have any proposed, and I'm putting you on the spot, so it's okay if you don't, do you have any proposed language for either an open-ended question or a talking point around your prior point around just, I don't know, having an opportunity to share thoughts and feelings? And if the answer is that you don't have one at this moment, I'm happy to take it later on.
And I appreciate the question. Yeah, I would suggest maybe opening the forum up in the beginning and just offer people the opportunity to kind of share their feedback on the resolution. And then I think once people have had a chance to kind of share some initial thoughts and feelings, I think then some of those more pointed questions will be helpful in creating maybe some next steps in how the resolution might be able to evolve.
Yeah, and
So if I,
oh, so sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. So if I could chime in. So in the past, when we have met with charter leaders, like President Meek was discussing, that we had kind of tables set up. So, so we had smaller groups with the directors, right? So it was like staff was in a group and 1 to 2 board directors was in a group. And that was really a helpful setup because it makes sure that we have enough time for everybody to share the information that they want to share. So if we do a big collective group sharing, then we're going to take away opportunity to hear that feedback. So what we had done is worked as groups, got all that feedback, and then came together as a board and reviewed that feedback in a thoughtful and meaningful way. And it just gives this opportunity to elevate everyone. So I want to point out that structure was really effective in the past. And I would suggest that for this, depending on how many people have signed up for it. And then the second piece is I understand Director Callahan, why you feel that this might be a good way to open it. I would say that I think it's better for conversation to start with some questions that are shaped, because it just helps open the dialogue first and then bring us to a common understanding, and then going into a feedback on the resolution, which I think would have high value. But I think that we should open the door for communication and collaboration first, and set a healthy tone.
I agree with what Director Thompson just said. We've had phenomenal engagement opportunity in the past with our charter leaders, and it's a large group, and it's been a really valuable conversation. Typically, the way they open up, either the board president or the person, or like Director Densler, would welcome everyone and kind of set the stage and give some welcoming comments and all. And then each of the board directors has their table where they're facilitating those key conversations and key questions. So I think I heard some things during public comment where I feel like there's a lot of different ideas out there as to the intent behind the resolution. And I think it would be healthy to actually share intent at the beginning around the idea behind it, around protecting. It's really around protecting high quality educational choices for all DCSD families. And that means families who choose charters, and that means families who choose neighborhood schools. And it's not anti-choice, which I believe was the intent of the resolution. And I think it's really around, choice and responsible authorization are not competing, and they shouldn't be competing principles. So I just think giving some opening comments around the intent, and then absolutely listening to the impact. We had a big old meeting on intent and impact, and I think that's a really important conversation to have.
I would agree, President Meek, and I think that it's important to, just sort of level set. Obviously, there are some pretty strong feelings, understandably so. I think that, as I alluded to in the June meeting, I think that we don't come to this conversation around charter schools and school choice in a vacuum. There's a lot of history here, and I think that that can sometimes get conflated with what we're trying to figure out going forward. So I think that essentially clearing the air is really important at the beginning of this meeting, because we do value our charter schools. We think that they are phenomenal parts of our district and elements of the things that we're able to offer students in our communities. I think that acknowledging that we might not have every part of this right, and that we're trying to get to a better future for everyone, including our current charters. I care tremendously about protecting our current charter schools. I don't want a charter school to move into, next door to one of our highly successful charter schools and endanger them in any way. And so I think that there's just a lot to unpack here. I think there's been a lot that's been conflated, and I think that the opportunity to hopefully clear the air a little bit and level set at the beginning will hopefully engender some good faith.
One thing I don't want to have happen, I don't want this resolution to overshadow a chance to talk to our charter school leaders about what it's like to run a charter school in Douglas County right now, what challenges they're seeing, how the board can support them. So while I agree that obviously there is some concerns about this resolution, which is at the very starting point, I also want to make sure that we have time and a focus on hearing from the people who are currently running charter schools in Douglas County, what their challenges, what their successes are. And so let's be very careful that we do not let the current concern overwhelm that Community Connections is about the entire charter community and what they need from us in other ways.
Yeah, I appreciate both Director Geiger and Densler's comments, and I also think it's important to recognize that what I heard from a lot of our charter leaders tonight was something was done to them and not with them. And now we are going back and trying to fix it. And I think if that is not acknowledged, feelings that we're not engaging in good faith will be present.
I think we need to be careful in that in June, it was very clearly articulated on the agenda sheet that there was a schedule of all the engagements that we're not going back and trying to change anything. It was always part of the plan. And that's why I think maybe having an opportunity to allow people to understand exactly what happened who may not have read the agenda item and may not be aware and may be hearing, that a primary key stakeholder group was purposely left out, which was never the intent. And so I think we have to be really careful as we're talking about this to make sure that we're not putting out information that makes people misunderstand. It was always part of the plan to engage and to meaningfully engage, and there were conversations. So I just think we need to be careful.
I have one more.
Director Parker?
Thank you. I agree, President Meek. I think the intro, Director Densler, that you were talking about was helpful. And Director Geiger, I understand not wanting to overshadow it. And so what I'm proposing right now, asking a question, it feels impossible. And Director Densler, I might email you afterwards, but I think it would be helpful to have a framed question on like a theme or something that is really important that the charter community in Douglas County wants to be protected in the resolution. Because what I don't want to happen is for Director Geiger to get a lot of qualitative data that he won't know what to do with the resolution. Because we did say that we can amend the resolution in September at CASB based on the feedback. And Director Geiger, I don't know how you're going to do that with just like a lot of long-winded explanations. And so I'm curious if maybe we need to come up with a question, hearing what we're talking about right now, to make that more possible for Director Geiger.
Director Densler?
I think what's been helpful in previous Community Connections meetings is the director notes. And I would be more than happy to, help aggregate those notes and work with Director Geiger as needed to make any edits to the proposed language that we would bring to CASB on September 11th. Yeah, I think director notes are really important. So if you come to Community Connections that night, please take some.
All right, we are at time.
Sorry, we didn't get to talk about the rest of the schedule.
Can I make a motion to extend our conversation by 5 minutes?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take roll. Director Callahan, aye. Director Densler,
Aye.
Director Geiger,
Aye.
President Meek,
Aye.
Director Parker,
Aye.
Director Ryan,
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Director Thompson, I'm not sure if you wanted to continue.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at, again, the rest of the schedule, and I was thinking about the elementary families engagement, and, bells went off in my brain when we were talking about priorities, and we just covered DAC priorities, and I'm wondering if if there's a way that we could engage DAC as well in that process. I mean, it's something they're charged with. I don't know what that could look like, but I think it's a good opportunity for DAC to engage with families as well as for us to engage with families. And I don't know if it's just inviting them to be present or what that could look like. I think maybe that's a good conversation to have with the DAC, but I wanted to throw it out.
That is such a great idea, and I think that DAC would really, I mean, I won't speak for DAC, but just given their commitment to not only parent engagement, but trying to elevate their outreach to school accountability committees, I think this might be a really amazing opportunity to sort of feed two birds with one scone. And so I would love to bring that back to them and see if they would like, first of all, to help us organize it, but also potentially to help even choose the questions for that specific group, so that we might have a little bit of crossover between talking about board ends and addressing elementary families as owners in the district, but also potentially having more insight into how they're engaging with SACs and how they're receiving communications and being engaged as parents at their school. So I think that's a brilliant idea. And with the board's blessing, I would love for Director Parker and I to be able to take this back to DAC.
All right, anything
I'm obviously
else?
okay with it.
Director Thompson?
No, I was just saying that just sharing my support if we're trying to reach a consensus.
Great. All right, anything else? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve our community connections plan.
Could I make a motion to approve the plan with the understanding that some of these questions will be pared down? It's not going to be approved as written in its current form.
We could just move to approve the schedule.
Okay.
Yeah. I would move to approve the schedule as proposed.
Second. Oh.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We're now open for discussion. Seeing none, I'll take roll. Director Callahan, aye. Director Densler,
Aye.
Director Geiger, President Meek,
Aye.
Director Parker,
Aye.
Director Ryan,
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We'll now move to 10.4. Our next item is a discussion of the resolutions that will come before the CASB Delegate Assembly on September 11th and 12th. As a CASB member district, this is an opportunity for us to review the proposed resolutions and discuss the positions we want our delegate to represent on behalf of the board. We'll use the next 20 minutes to identify any resolutions the board would like to discuss and make sure Director Geiger has clear direction going into the assembly. Director Geiger, would you like to get us started?
Certainly, thank you, Vice President. There are, as you can tell, 7 proposed resolutions. Only I tried to go through, look at those resolutions and compare them to our currently adopted legislative priorities. Those may change as the legislative session approaches. The process is that on Saturday morning, the delegate assembly, and there will be approximately 177 delegates from the 177 districts, will get together. They will discuss each one, and amendments may be made. And because of that, it's very difficult for us to take, for the delegates to know exactly what position to take. But I tried to give everybody some idea about where they stood, how that is mentioned in our goals, and then I would solicit as much feedback as possible on any thoughts on anything that struck you in any of these CASB resolutions. Is there anything that is offensive, anything that we should support, understanding that things may change in the course of the delegate meeting? Do you want me to go through them one by one? Does anybody want to volunteer for any that they had concerns about?
I had a question about one. And it was mainly just around, and we kind of did this, I think, the last time, but there's one in here about negative factors, and it's about, well, there's technically two about funding, and it would be helpful to hear feedback from staff on the implications of those resolutions from a staff perspective.
And if I may add to that, because these were all presented to the Legislative Resolutions and Action Committee. Number 2, coming from Telluride, this is expressing in great extent their concern about the new school finance formula, that the way that it has been amended significantly negatively affects some schools, very seriously negatively affects others. Their position is that this is essentially a negative factor in disguise. It's a hidden one, and that we should be open, and that we should advocate that the legislature be open about the impact of such changes on other schools. Honestly, I find the title somewhat misleading. It is directing CASB to be opposed, or at least to express some concerns about the new financing formula and its negative impact on some schools. If you look at it more closely, obviously the new I say new, it's 3 years old now. It is kind of where it's at. I would be interested to hear from the superintendent or staff about whether it is advisable for CASB to kind of go on record attacking that right now.
Yeah, and I know that there's just been effort by staff at the Capitol. So for example, our CFO, and even when there's been challenges for our more rural districts when it comes to funding, I know that, we've even taken a stance really advocating for their help as well. And so I think that there's helpful feedback, and it might even help feed if you decide to comment on any of the resolutions. There might be just something helpful that's provided from those perspectives. So,
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. As I understand it, this resolution is advocating to rename the budget stabilization factor back to the negative factor, which is what it was named many years ago, and they changed it to the budget stabilization factor in order to make it sound not so damaging. So I think that what Telluride is advocating for here is for transparency and honesty, and that is certainly something that has been part of the Board of Education's legislative priority, and as Director Thompson stated, CFO Schleisner and myself and Ms. Rausch have been at the Capitol advocating for transparency instead of hidden cuts. So I think this is an appropriate resolution.
Any other directors have any concerns or anything that they should be looking for as that discussion occurs?
So I was also going to say, I think I know our DCSD platform says DCSD opposes state funding cuts to K-12 education if budget cuts occur. DCSD supports transparently tracking through the budget stabilization factor. So I think there's pretty strong alignment with this one.
All right.
And then just speaking to the educator evaluation, and so it does align with our legislative priorities. But again, I think it would be helpful to have that staff perspective, and perhaps it's something that, because I mean, we have staff that are very engaged in the evaluator work at the state level. I know I'm not giving it a proper name, Matt, but I know that there's some really great work that our district does in the regard here. And so if there is feedback that would be helpful to consider, I would be welcoming to receiving it. Oh, and you don't have to do it now on the spot. I just mean at some point, reach out to Director Geiger.
We'd certainly be open to providing feedback on that particular one.
I would only point out this is essentially asking for legislation that eliminates all state, I mean, read in its broadest possible sense, this is asking for eliminating all state requirements as to teacher and principal evaluation systems. This is extremely broad. We have never gone that far in our legislative priorities, but we have also repeatedly objected to the burden of state-imposed evaluations.
Director Geiger, I was going to say that's my question on this one. Like, I'm not sure I'm understanding what it's suggesting. Like, would districts remain subject to statewide minimum requirements for educator effectiveness and accountability, or essentially is this about eliminating it? I think eliminating it's pretty extreme.
I would say, I think if you read the clear language of that resolution, restores local control over teacher and principal evaluation. I think that is calling for the elimination of all state evaluations.
Staff is certainly happy to do an analysis, but off the cuff, I share President Meek's hesitation because there are implications, significant implications, if a statewide measurement tool is no longer a thing. That's a cascading, it's like pulling a thread on a sweater. So I think it's something that we would have to look at carefully.
Director Densler.
Thank you. I'm just sensitive to the fact that our own proposed resolution language has changed since being submitted to the attached document. And I think this is a healthy conversation, but I think it is possible that other districts have potentially edited their proposed language as well. So I think that, again, I would love feedback from people who are way smarter than I am on some of these things, but I am sensitive to the fact that perhaps there have been edits as well. So for whatever that's worth.
My sense is it would be unlikely that this would get CASB approval as written, but some modification may be possible. And so the sense I'm getting, and I would love feedback from staff, is that as an absolute, we have concerns, but if there are some changes, we might be more willing to support those, which is more consistent with our legislative priorities.
Thank you. I appreciate the willingness from staff, because I think the better that Director Geiger can engage in conversations and comment, the more influential and useful the meeting is. So,
Director Geiger, can we go back to resolution number 1, please?
The IDEA.
On that one. So it's a call for full funding of IDEA by Congress. This one's a little unique in that I don't think I've seen CASB ask boards to pass their own resolutions. And I think this one is almost like a two-part question. One is, do we support this position? But then the second part is if we support this position, does our board want to adopt a local resolution, basically with the same message that then I believe CASB would use in advocacy purposes? And we do know that we have advocated for full funding of IDEA in the past. So I think there's two parts to this question. And if the board does want to pass a resolution, I just need to get it on an upcoming agenda.
I would suggest, although I expect this to be adopted by CASB, that if this is adopted by CASB, then we put it on probably the first meeting in October, because there may be proposed language for how that resolution should be written.
I think they probably will have a model resolution for us to use. So I assume we're in full support of this.
If I may,
resolution number, oh, sorry.
if I may, I would also like staff input on the sharing of information, number 5. This is essentially St. Vrain Valley asking for legislation that allows districts to share information that, how do I put this? And I want to read it directly so I do not misstate it, but allows greater sharing of potential information about educator misconduct. There has always been some concern about how much you could share, both out of fear of lawsuits and some fear of if someone is dismissed or quits without there being a full finding, that sharing that information might be inappropriate. To identify and appropriately consider credible information regarding educator misconduct during the hiring process while protecting the due process rights. They are trying to, this is carefully written and it's trying to thread a very narrow needle. And, please let me know if, I'm sure everybody on here wants to know potential issues, but I would like staff's feedback on how effective it would be or how possible it would be to use that kind of information.
I think it would also be helpful to know if it would support student safety, because it feels like that's kind of the thought process behind this one. And it would be helpful to know if we see this as a potential security issue. It's just the first time hearing something like this, so I would be curious.
A note, my request on the resolution that this board has put forward is, Director Geiger, if you could report back to this board on how the resolution has been amended based on the letters, public comment, and feedback that we receive on the 31st, so that stakeholders have a confidence that the feedback that they shared was meaningfully considered.
My intent from day one is always to solicit this from charter schools, and the idea that they are somehow late thoughts on this is, I'm afraid, a misrepresentation or misunderstanding, perhaps is the best phrasing. So I will solicit from any of us who attend the charter school feedback any ideas they have as to what they think might go into that resolution, and how it might be made better. I'm looking forward to feedback. The letter from the Charter School Association seemed to indicate that they understood that there may be concerns. Some of the other feedback essentially says that there should never be any changes to the Charter School Act, and that makes it difficult to incorporate those. It has always been my intent to say that there are members of our board and members of our community who don't think changes to the Charter School Act are appropriate, and present that to CASB at any time if we proceed with this. So yes, I think that after our feedback on the 31st, we have a period of time in which, if there are appropriate modifications that can be made, we can look at amending that charter, and I solicit anyone who has any actual feedback and changes in the language, which I've gotten from Director Ryan, which I've gotten from Director Thompson, to continue to support me as informed by your community feedback and by our community connections.
I'm not sure that this is possible, but I'm wondering if there is any way to have available to the public any red lines that are added, or any red line versions of this document between now and September 11th. I mean, I know that obviously things will change after our engagement session on the 31st, but I would hate for the public to feel like they're not sure what those changes are. Again, I don't know if that's even possible, but if there was any location where we could have this publicly available, I think that might be an opportunity to, I don't know, just, I think that might be positive.
Well, and to build off that, Director Dinsler, I think it'd be helpful, Director Geiger, or President Meek, if you're familiar with this, if you could just talk us through kind of procedurally. The resolutions are kind of printed, and like how would a resolution evolve from where it currently stands based on feedback that we're providing tonight or that we get from stakeholders? How does that work procedurally?
It's actually in the board resolution book that was linked. Amendments to resolutions shall be in writing and presented to the CASB president or designee prior to discussion of the amendment in the delegate assembly. There's a form provided. No amendment, quote, change the basic intent of a resolution or item of business. Now that ability to amend the resolution or make a proposed amendment to the resolution is available to all 77 delegates. But as you know, at the last meeting, I presented a rather pared down version of our resolution responding to some of the issues with the LRAC. That probably will be the starting point for any amended resolution. But I think, again, that is something that is subject to a great deal of discussion. I essentially have the deadline is September 10th.
I wonder if we could use our board electronic system for posting the August 31st engagement with any documentation there. I appreciate the idea and the question. I'd love for us to brainstorm around how to do that. So it's not a board meeting, it's an engagement meeting, but perhaps that could be one avenue.
And Director Meek, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this will be noticed and I believe it is open to the public. So given that, is this something we should create an agenda for and have, I don't know. I don't know if that's appropriate for this kind of engagement session, but since it will be noticed and open to the public, I don't know if there's any downside in creating an agenda and then attaching the document that then could be updated. And I'm happy to work on that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking through the logistics. So obviously, anytime there's more than 2 board directors attending something, we post it. And so we always post our community engagement opportunities, and meaning anyone can come, it's open to the public. It shouldn't change the purpose of it though. Like we still are there to engage in the purpose of that meeting. So I don't think it needs to be structured differently with an agenda, just it's open for people to watch if they want to watch the meeting or engagement.
Right. I'm just trying to think through how we could potentially leverage our board platform to have an external facing
Mhm.
document. I don't know if that would be through an agenda or some sort of other attachment, but would love to collaborate on that.
I know we've had some board learning sessions in the past and we posted those. And so I know there's a way to do it. It's just something we don't do very often. So I'm sure we can figure out those logistics.
I would have no problem assigning directors Denzler and President Meek to work with staff is the best way to do that.
Happy to.
Well, great. We are, that concludes our CASB Delegate Assembly Section 10.4, and we're now moving to the Board of Education reports. And President Meek, would you mind starting us off?
Yes, happy to. As always, we have agenda setting this Thursday at 10:30. It's open to the public if anyone is interested in dialing in or attending in person. We're scheduling for a September 15th work session. So that's our first work session for the year where we'll actually take a stab at priority setting moving forward. And the outside consultant is scheduled to help us on our monitoring as well. Outside of agenda setting, since the last meeting, I attended the first day of school visits like many of you. I think maybe we've talked about that already, but they were pretty incredible. Some ribbon cuttings for the newly consolidated schools, and just this week we had the topping out ceremony for the new elementary in Sterling Ranch. It was a very cool ceremony. First time I've attended one like that. And then we've already mentioned the student advisory group had their big kickoff meeting on, I guess it was yesterday. And just starting off the year with a lot of excitement. So that's all I have for the president report at this time.
Thank you, President Meek. We'll now move into director reports. Director Geiger.
This is a good time of year. I did first day of school with Superintendent Kane and Gordon Mosier. It was quite, we started Highlands Ranch, which was freshman day. I believe there were representatives of every local television station there, and I watched Superintendent Kane speak to every single one of them. 3 of the reporters there were graduates from Douglas County schools, which was kind of cool, although they all seemed quite young to me. We were able to go on to other ones. I was at the Mountain Peak ribbon cutting. I had a chance to talk to probably 2/3 of the teachers. They were all extremely happy. I was at the Silver Spruce first day of school. Well, I would point out the thing that struck me is there were a number of, everybody who talked about it talked about merging 2 schools, but never mentioned the old names. The 2 old names were never mentioned. It was always just Silver Spruce. And it was a pleasure and an honor to be there. I've already mentioned that LRPC jumped up on less than 48 hours notice and got a quorum, the majority of the members, to talk about the Castle Rock issue. And again, I appreciate that, and I think their information will well inform the superintendent's letters. I was also at the Legacy opening with Director Ryan and Director Callahan and President Meek, and the Douglas County Cosmetology opening, which was wonderful. We got to talk a lot about providing business opportunities for young women. There was the head of the Castle Rock Chamber of Commerce was there to help us lead off with it and gave a good speech about it. I was told off the record that a couple of the attendees had thought about dropping out but had returned to school because of that program, which is one of the reasons we do these things. So this was a good week to be a board member.
Dr. Denzler.
Since our last meeting, I also attended, visited a few schools for the first day with Mr. Reynolds, and it was great. I actually ended up at my child's school, and I was like, I'm gonna stay here and embarrass my child. So it was really just great to see how exciting all the kiddos were. And then we had our DAC meeting that we've already talked pretty extensively about. It was really fun to see all the new DACA members and just all of the energy and enthusiasm they have for being on the District Accountability Committee. And then last Monday, before our special meeting, I attended the first National School Board Association Policy Leadership Cohort meeting. Again, I'm in the teacher recruitment and retention track. There's 72 of us from all over the country. There was this board member tuning in from Alaska. We all have very, very different challenges with teacher retention and recruitment, and we're all going to be working on different projects to culminate in a presentation in January at the National School Board Association Policy Convention in Washington, D.C., so that's really exciting. One of the people in my cohort is on the Aurora Public School Board, so it was really fun to just kind of compare some of the difficulties and challenges that we have, and I'm looking forward to working with that cohort as we explore policy governance solutions for some of the challenges we all face.
Director Parker?
Yes, so I also went to first day of schools and with Deputy Superintendent Hyatt. Sorry, for 1 second, I was like, what is your exact title? And that was really wonderful. She was very flexible. I was able to go to my child's school, and we went from there, and we made all 7 schools in record time. And it was really cool because I got to see you know, friends in the community start their first day in kindergarten at different schools. And I went to Casaview High School, and we took a picture with Mr. Seller, the orchestra teacher, and we were there on Castleview's first ever day of school, and also now this days of school. And so it was just a really cool opportunity to show how invested our board is truly in the community. And so it was really cool. Deputy Superintendent Hyatt did not pull the footage of me driving off a curb near Clear Sky, and I really much appreciate that she did not make that public, because it was, yeah, anyway, so any parents or family that was there, that was me, and I'm sorry. We went to a DAC meeting, Director Densler and I, where we talked about DAC priorities. We also talked about oh my gosh, I just had it here. The rubrics, rubrics, MLO, discussion. There was public comment, engagement with SACs. So very cool things. As for the secretary updates, we had a couple emails. The main topics are 7 entries about finance and mill levy override. Oppositions to it were 5 entries. Financial transparency request, 1 entry, and support for MLO, 1 entry. Individual school operation and policy concerns, 10 entries. I don't know why I named them entries, but contacts. Facility and operational issues, there were 2. Policy and compliance complaints, there were 1. General ongoing concerns, there were 4 of the same concern. And then policy process, 1 community member had questions about policy KE, and then 2 other contacts submitted suggested policy changes. Then there was the educator compensation and collective bargaining. There were 2 contacts there, 1 in support of a CBA, and then another teacher retention and compensation email. And then academic programs and charter schools, there were 4 entries, 1 entry about the STEM homeschool enrichment, and it says 2 about the charter school legislation and authorization. And so that only adds up to 3, so there's something wrong with my math. But they expressed frustration and disappointment regarding the state charter school authorization and proposed changes, and so I'm really glad we're going to have that meeting and have that conversation. And then the last thing is district outreach and events. People were inviting us to very important things involving like CASB regional meetings and the Colorado Rockies fundraiser for Sedalia Elementary. It's September 19th. If anyone wants to go, there are affordable tickets, so.
Thank you. Director Ryan?
Thank you. I also attended first day of school with Chief Communications Officer Stacy Rader. I learned that Stacy is also a theater kid. I apologize to Amy Moyle, our Executive Director of Castle Rock, and her Executive Assistant Susan Camberos, because we did nerd out about theater stuff. While driving quite a long distance, we hit a bunch of schools on the eastern side of Castle Rock and then went all the way out to Cherry Valley and all the way down to Larkspur. So we had quite the day, but it was fun because my tile that I made in either 5th or 6th grade for Larkspur is still on the school. And when I was there talking to the principal, I found it and we took a picture with it. It was awesome. I went to the cosmetology ribbon cutting with Director Geiger. I talked to lots of folks there. There were many members of the Castle Rock Chamber of Commerce that were there, and it is a absolutely gorgeous space. They said that they'll start serving the community around January, and they have massage chairs, so I will probably be going anytime that I should have court in Castle Rock and want to miss out on it and go virtual, I'll do that. Cloverleaf ribbon cutting I went to with President Meek, the third of the 3. Talked to a couple of the parents there as well. That was awesome. One of the seniors, or she's either a junior or senior, one of the high school kids in the program cut the ribbon, and it was a very cool moment. And the LRPC did meet yesterday. It was a very enlightening conversation and very good conversation, as Director Geiger highlighted.
Thank you. Director Thompson?
Thank you. First day of school is one of the highlights of the whole year, and I had the absolute pleasure of touring with our Assistant Superintendent Windsor to some of our Parker area schools. And I just have to say, like, I can only imagine how much work it is to kick off the beginning of the school year and make it to day 1 and have it, kick off successfully. And you cannot tell visiting any of these schools that there's any level of stress behind it. There's just so much energy and excitement to kick off the school year. And it really, I know I felt very welcome walking into each school, so I can only imagine how that felt for students coming back and just seeing that energy level. And so thank you to staff. Thank you, Danny, for touring with me. It's always a pleasure to see your interactions with our building leaders. You do a great job with engaging and matching that energy. So, and I would say we had some building leaders that had a little bit more of a challenging start to the year, just with really full buckets. We had lots of construction and building updates that happened, and I saw staff that were determined to have a successful opening, and that was really great to see. So other than that, I had no committee meetings. We have one this week with MBOC. I know there was a communication that went out. If by chance someone could fill in for me for tomorrow evening's meeting, I'll be there for the first hour, but for a tour and for a Q&A session with our superintendent, but then for the actual meeting, if someone is available. It's a great meeting. If you haven't attended,
I'll be there, Director Thompson.
and I apologize, it's so last minute in the request.
I'll be there. All right. There being no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is open for discussion. Seeing none, I'll take roll. Director Callahan? Aye. Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
President Meek?
Aye.
Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson? Director Thompson?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned.